were just hours away from doing earlier this week, and then the president told everybody to stand down. And there are indications that at least they were prepared to do that, because we've seen this was just a bargaining tool to highlight to Tehran, we're ready to go back to war in greater prowess than we did in the past, and Iran didn't blink. In fact, doubled down and tripled down on the issue of the uranium. Now, I just want to bring in the issue. It's a side issue, maybe, to the main question here, but it's all about the main question here. And that has to do with the relationship right now between the president and this kind of situation. After all, we know that the president once referred to Marco Rubio. The Israeli press is that Netanyahu's head was about ready to explode. In this, you should really delve into some of the other articles on this issue. President Trump and Israeli Prime Minister Netanyahu discussed a new effort to reach a deal with Iran in a difficult call, three sources said, with one source saying Netanyahu's air was used in a Jerusalem Post report that I read last night. A revised peace memo was drafted by Qatar and Pakistan with input from other regional mediators to try to bridge the gaps between the United States and Iran, the sources said. It comes with Trump vacillating over ordering a massive strike on Iran and holding out for a deal. Netanyahu, Axios continues, is highly skeptical about the negotiations and wants to resume the war to further degrade Iran's military capabilities and weaken the regime by destroying its critical infrastructure. Trump continues to say he thinks a deal can be reached, but he's ready to resume the war if it isn't. Here's what he said yesterday at the Coast Guard Academy. Quote, the only question is, do we go and finish it up, or are they going to be signing a document? Let's see what happens. Then later, he said, the United States and Iran were, quote, right on the borderline between making a deal and resuming the war. And then Trump said, and this really flies in the face of what Tucker Carlson is trying to tell us, because Trump is Bibi's little puppet. If you listen to Tucker Carlson and his ilk, Trump also said Netanyahu, quote, will do whatever I want him to do on Iran, though he also said they have a good relationship. The two leaders have had temporary disagreements on Iran before, but have remained closely coordinated throughout the war. All right, so that's where we are. It would seem to me that Iran has effectively backed the president into a corner. And they're not just saying, I'm not just saying that it's a multiple choice between the three, but from my perspective, and I'd love to hear additional ones that I've not thought of, he either maintains the status quo as long as he can, he declares a victory and leaves to the chagrin, it's an understatement, of the Israelis, or he goes full blast with this attack which appears to have at one point been imminent. Les, we invited you up to the stage. Other folks, we'd love to see your hand up. We're going to start with Marshall, followed by Howard.
If he doesn't go full action, because at the end of the day, you need regime change to be, that's going to be successful, and then Trump could definitely declare a big victory. Short of that, he's going to wind up being Jimmy Carter 2.0. I really feel it. And I know as Americans, the public doesn't want more engagement or troops on the ground. But we're past that point of no return if we're going to.
So this is an analogy, and you guys know I like throwing analogies in, and sometimes they stick and sometimes they fall flat, but this is an analogy that I've used before. And I think it's absolutely apropos to the current situation. When a police officer confronts somebody with a weapon in their hand, and these words come out of the police officer's mouth, which you never, as a police officer, want to be in this position. I guarantee you, I've been around cops a lot. I've covered them pretty extensively. You never want to be in this position, ever, in your job. Drop the gun or I will shoot. Once those words come out of your mouth, you better mean what you said. And if the person doesn't drop the gun, unfortunately, you must shoot.
You're right.
Here we've got a president who keeps saying to Iran, drop the gun or I will shoot. Now, I don't know whether we're in a situation, but it is something that the president has basically said. So now what do you do? Howard, how does that feel to you as in response to what you just said?
No, Gary, I think that's a very clear analogy. It's similar. I just feel, you do calculation, you're making a major decision when you decide to deploy resources and troops, and as we discussed yesterday, it's what 3 aircraft carrier groups at least have been in that theater. And Israel, again, there was maybe the belief was it was going to be more like Venezuela, that would happen a lot quicker. But as part of contingency planning, also should have a pretty good plan of what happens if things go wrong or what could go wrong, and then what are we going to do about it? And at the end of the day, do we really know who we're negotiating with? And also, does it really make sense for a superpower like the United States, people involved in really critically thinking what the outcomes, what the consequences can be?
We know who we are negotiating with. So the president has said they want this, they want that. Present yourself as the CEO of your company, and you have, as a result, the ability to enter just a functionary, not an officer of the company, and you do not have the legal authority to represent the company and enter into a contract, and I'm negotiating with you, and ultimately I sign an agreement with you that purports to be an agreement with your company and I are going to end up in court, and a judge is going to have to sort it all out, because you didn't have the authority to enter into the contract. I'm not going to negotiate with you unless I know for sure the CEO of the company, Howard.
Yeah, and Gary, one other thing I'd like to add, and again, I'm just a citizen observing and absorbing news from hopefully reliable news sources. But I think also our situation, I don't think we can understate the importance or the weakness that we've created for ourselves as a country of not creating that right now. Other than Israel, the United States is essentially out on an island right now. And I think that weakens us at this point. So thanks, Gary.
And it's an island of our own making. And again, I'm not going to argue the points of the president's desire to disengage in the protection of Europe, nor the manner in which he did it. Some people think, bully, thank God, finally somebody is standing up. They can't stuck at the breast of the United States forever, for God's sake. we're wasting all this time and money, and we have to redirect our attention to the Pacific. People would argue that. But in so doing, and in the manner in which he did, I don't know whether behind the scenes there were attempts to reestablish some kind of coalition of the willing before making this move. And I don't know if even we were on a good footing with Europe, whether it would be politically palatable given the drumbeat of blood libels against the Jews and Israel in particular. I don't think like Ireland or Spain would would join in, because that's not where their body politic is right now. Nothing can be more evil than the Benjamin Netanyahu quote-unquote regime to the Irish government and the Spanish government. So I don't know whether they would have been successful, but you're absolutely right. This whole situation may have been different and have been handled differently. And with regard to the Strait of Hormuz, we get mixed signals, as do the Europeans. The Europeans, they've got to step up to the plate. They're the ones who are suffering more than us. We don't need the Europeans. The Europeans, shame on you. Get in here and help. We don't need the Europeans. Well, I mean, if you're a European leader, how do you respond to that? I don't know. But I think you're absolutely correct in your assessment that had we been successful in creating a coalition, and mind you, had we done that, those nations would have been committed to the goal of eliminating those nuclear weapons. They would have been committed. There would have been other things they could have done besides militarily as part of that commitment. Because once you commit troops, you're in it. That's a very serious decision for a country to make. So I don't know whether it would be obtainable even without the personality of this president, but he did very little, and I guess this is kind of like the British understatement, to ingratiate himself with the Europeans if in fact he felt that we needed their assistance. I'll tell you, Howard, my fear is, and again, I don't know, I'm not writing his memoir, but my fear is that he just felt, do whatever we need to do, nobody can stop us. If in fact that was his assessment, as I fear it is, I don't know that Ryan.
Well, I think Howard brought up a good point about Pakistan representing being there. He was found within a mile of a soldier training area in Pakistan. So I don't trust them in terms of their siding with this country. And Qatar as well. They were the ones that had Hamas protecting them in the hotels, the luxury hotels. And they were the ones that put out all those vile signs that caused all the anti-Semitism in the universities. So, but in terms of what we should be doing, I think historically what happened in World War I, Germany had to surrender because of the blockade. They were starving, they didn't have the material. And we have to ask ourselves, people have this idea that there are 90 million people. Well, some minority of them are fanatics, but there are a lot that are not. And you're going to have to pay them. I mean, that's how a regime stays in power. You have to pay the people that are supporting your regime. There are a few true believers, but most of them are just going to be jerks that don't care if you pay them, or if they can't feed their family, they're going to leave. So the question is this can we blockade in a way that is going to cause a long-term weakness in the regime, as it did in World War I in the Germans?
Thank you for that, Les. There's no question that everything that you said is true, and I don't know the answer to that question, though, whether a blockade alone brings this regime to its knees. I'm fearful that what might have worked then is not going to work now. We're talking about a different mindset with the regime running Iran. Even though you could say that the mindset of the Germans during World War I was pretty fanatical, it would be imputed to more people this morning in Iran for being dissidents, for protesting against the government. They executed 2 more people. These are not good people running this regime. And anybody who thinks that it is appropriate for them to have nuclear weapons because other nations have nuclear weapons, and so that justifies such an argument. I mean, you can make that argument, but at least I will never adopt that argument or offer any support to it at all. And anybody who fully understands that mindset knows that that would be a horrific thing. This is not just about maps and graphs at the United Nations and his perhaps accelerated timeline that he used 20 years ago, that they were on the brink of. They are on the brink. This is not coming from Netanyahu. Forget about Netanyahu. Any leader of Israel will tell you the same thing based on their intel, which is second to none. And the IAEC says so. And the United Nations is not what you would say a puppet of Israel by any stretch of the imagination. Thank you, Les. Marshall, are you back?
Yes, sir, I'm here.
Okay, we went to you earlier, but you...
So, I mean, I think they've kind of forced Trump's hand. He's either has to do something and commit more troops, or he has to end up conceding. I don't think the commission of more troops is a good idea. I just think that's a categorically bad idea. It will cost trillions of dollars if we put ground troops on the ground. The Afghan war in the first several years, the first 5 to 10 years, ran up a $7 trillion tab. Trillion with a T. And we have a 100% debt to GDP ratio, which we haven't had since the Second World War. That, as I said yesterday, makes things like borrowing and forward deploying a little harder because there's less of a credit line. And I don't, while the reprisals are nice for 47 years of killing American civilian soldiers, I'm kind of with Anson on this one. We need to take our stuff out, declare victory, come home. Because unless we invade, the regime's going nowhere. Right? The blockade's not going to go anywhere. The bombing's not going to make them go anywhere. The assassination of the Ayatollah is not making them go anywhere. Defense, which once the head gets chopped off, it becomes far more decentralized. It's just an overall bad idea to do so.
the upsides, if we had the time, the money, the people, and the support, are immeasurable in getting a friendlier ally in the Middle East if you could do it. But I don't think we have the time, support, or the resources to allocate to that. Not to mention, if we were going to do this, you want allies, as you said, right? We are as strong as we are because of the allies that support us, because of everybody we can bring to the fight. And when it's only us, that puts a tremendous strain on U.S. capabilities, and particularly in other places globally, right? And I don't think there's anything China would like more than to see us get bogged down in the Middle East for another 20 years. And I think since the regime controls everything from Ayatollah to dog catcher, it would take many, many years to root them out. So, I think they called his hand.
I think, Marshall, that exactly what you just articulated is what Tehran is counting on. They can take the punches. It's like a boxer that gets into the ring and just stands there and takes punches, and the other guy gets worn down, and then with a flurry, the guy who lost the first half a dozen rounds KOs his opponent. So I don't think the regime cares about the suffering of the people of Iran. They can sustain that. What are the people going to do? So what if you don't have water? So what if you don't have electricity? So what if there are bombs dropping? In the end, we can wait it out. And if, in fact, what you're suggesting is in the potential cards that's being discussed at 1600 Pennsylvania Avenue, I can see the Ayatollah sitting back and saying, yeah, let's just wait until it's so unpalatable. And even if the Americans continue, it's going to be a great strain to the Americans' economy, and the Americans can't sustain it the way we can, because America is a democracy. So people can take to social media and to cable television and to talk radio to complain about the cost of eggs and gasoline. People can't do that here, they'll get executed. And you can't wage a war without the support of the people. We know that. The art of war. I think that's rule number one. So, I just try to put myself in what I think is the potential mindset of the Ayatollahs, and I can really see them assessing it exactly the way you did and just saying, cool, we'll just wait it out. So what are your thoughts about that? That they might be assessing it exactly you are, but from a different perspective, from their advantage.
Without the allies with us, it's going to be increasingly hard to do that. Without invading, you really don't accomplish much. Jim Mattis gave a talk on this, the former defense secretary and the guy who was the warrior monk of the Marine Corps, and said the United States is achieving some tactical victories, but we have failed to deliver on key victories, things like keeping trade routes open, right? That has weakened our power, and we did not have to stay for that to happen. We could have done the reprisals and come home. And I think in Iran's favor is that they're the power in the region and we're the power that's forward deployed. So all they have to do is outwit us and use unconventional tactics, and they can get us to some kind of parity. So maybe they're thinking the same thing, maybe they're not. I don't know.
Thank you, Marshall. I'm glad Alan is with us finally on the stage, because I want his perspective as our Iranian expert. But we'll give him a chance to get his bearings, and we'll go to Brian first, and then I'll come back to you, Alan, on the question of whether the president is boxed in right now by the Iranian government. Brian.
Hey, I definitely think he's boxed in. I think that he and Israel thought or hoped or planned or strategized that they wiped out the first, second, and third tiers of leadership, within the IRGC, within the government, across the regime, and they called for the people to rise up. I think he believed or hoped that would be enough of a catalyst to shake the regime and then lead to a revolt, a successful revolt. I think now that has not happened, and it's unlikely to happen, I think he's up against the wall because I think he very much wants to win the midterms. And I think with the redistricting and, it's a coin flip basically right now. So I think at some point he's going to have to pivot from the war and its drain on the economy to basically call it a win and come back home. I don't think this will drag out for 7, 8, 10 months. I think he's going to try to negotiate something, knowing full well that they will never live up to any promise that they agreed to on paper, that they will continue to covertly, subversively continue their nuclear enrichment programs. And I think what Netanyahu basically came to Trump early on and said was something along the lines of, this is our best shot. Whoever follows you may or may not agree with this attack. And so, let's say a Democrat gets in office, they're not going to support Israel. They're not going to, I think, support initiating an attack in Iran like Trump did, several months ago. So I think they looked at it like, this is our best shot. They've been building this for years. All the intel pointed to that they were good enough, and so they're going to have to just look at this, what they've accomplished as a victory, and then hope that at some point, they can again stall, delay, impact Iran's dreams for a nuclear weapon. Because no matter what they say, they're not going to back down from that. There's no way that Trump is ever going to, I think, get that on paper. In some ways, this was, I think, a necessary preemptive war. I think Israel had sufficient intel that their window of opportunity was here, and they needed to act on it. And Trump is, caught in the middle. So I don't know how he's going to get out of it. I think at some point he's going to maybe sign a less than ideal negotiated contract or agreement, and then just try to turn his focus back on reviving the economy so that he can get something out of his second half of his last term.
I guarantee you that exactly what you articulated is what's got the Israelis up all night worrying. And I say the Israelis, not Netanyahu. If Bibi Netanyahu today were to say, okay, enough of this nonsense, I don't want this position anymore, let's have some parliamentary elections, let's see which party amasses the most votes, see if they can put a coalition together and select a new prime minister. Does anybody really think that the next prime minister of Israel is going to say, it's okay if Iran gets nuclear weapons. Who cares? Netanyahu's crazy. We hated Netanyahu. He was corrupt. It's all right. I don't think so. And I think by personalizing this and making Netanyahu the co-boogeyman in this play is really a miscalculation, and perhaps the people who are feeding this, not necessarily everybody who's articulating it, for them it is a designed, calculated attack, the state of Israel.
And I don't think Europe can be counted on. I don't think they would have ever. I mean, you mentioned the coalition of the willing. I don't believe that after Iraq and Afghanistan that they would ever sign off on a preemptive strike. So I just think, America and Israel were gonna go it alone. And I mean, you see how Spain and other countries even refused to allow them to use their American bases or the bases populated by American troops. So, it was clear they would never be able to develop a coalition. So,
I mean, that's because they didn't ask, and that's because of previous actions. If you go around insulting your allies and then tearing the ever-living daylights out of them, they're going to be far less likely to help because you've just been a giant dick.
yeah, I agree. I mean, Trump backed himself into a corner. I mean, he's trying to get more out of them financially, and
I would just say that politics plays a lot into everything. And that's why the propaganda campaign of vilifying Trump, and I agree with both of you that the president has almost invited, and vilifying Israel and vilifying Netanyahu is so important in this analysis of the situation. The German intelligence service is an excellent intelligence service. They're known for their ability to procure information with regard to protection of the homeland. Anybody who thinks aware of the threat Iran poses to Germany, and the same can be said for other European nations, until they opened up Der Spiegel today and read to their astonishment that the Iranians were planning attacks on Jewish leaders in Germany, and suddenly said, "Oh, thank you, Der Spiegel, for reporting this and letting us know," would have to be naive, and that's another understatement. Europe, when I say Europe, I mean the European leaders, even the leaders of the several countries that just hate Israel, are that Iran, the greatest exporter of terrorism in the world, has on that continent. The problem is they lack the political will unless and until, God forbid, something happens. I think the nation that has absorbed this the most, once again, are the Brits, the poor Brits. During World War II, they absorbed the Blitzkrieg. Then they absorbed the troubles of Ireland and the terrorist attacks in the island of England. And now they're absorbing all of these attacks that are going on their homeland, many of which, if not all, has a nexus to Iran. It's not like they don't know, it's just that they don't have the political will. It oftentimes takes a Pearl Harbor or sinking of a ship or 9/11 before the public is behind you enough to actually do something about it. This is a problem with liberal societies, and I don't mean liberal in the terms of the political sense, where we want to think the best of everybody, and we don't want to be seen as not helping the downtrodden, and I think that's the correct position to generally have. But you have to be aware that not everybody who you're assimilating into your society is somebody you want to assimilate into your society. And I'm not supporting banning people whole forth based on their religion or based on the country that they're coming from. I'm just saying Europe is in a many parts of Europe have a real problem because too many radicalized people are living in Europe who are aligned philosophically and sometimes financially with Iran. And they're aware of it. And they know for their own survival that if they want to be able to assimilate people in a manner that is peaceful in their countries, then Iran, this regime, has to be stopped. But they're probably frustrated as well. How do you, as other people have said on the stage, affect a regime change? And again, I'm not in a position to say. I don't know the answer to that. I have some thoughts, but as you saw yesterday, I had some thoughts about the Strait of Hormuz. My thoughts are pretty basic. They're not, I'm not playing multi-dimensional chess. I just believe in a simplistic solution to some of these complex problems, and I'm probably not giving it the proper thought that they deserve. But as I said yesterday, when those pesky little speedboats pull out of the coast,
some girl.
Blow them out of the water.
Some girl.
That's all. They're doing it in the Caribbean. They're blowing what they claim to be narco terrorists out of the water. People have died at the hands of the United States military. In that effort, which may, by the way, violate the established terms of engagement at Pentagon, and now the Pentagon's Inspector General is looking into that, and if that Inspector General determines that these were illegal orders were being followed,
very nice. She now looks like a plastic
we're
doll.
going to have a critical thinking forum gathering to discuss why that person was removed from office. Because that'll be the response to that.
Do all the facial injections. Some girl, can't remember her name. She wasn't very nice. She now looks like a plastic doll. Told her not to do all the facial injections.
I don't think, Brian, that Europe is unaware of the threats.
2 years ago, I went out with a Bosnian.
It's just that they are probably frustrated about what to do about it. And secondly, they don't have the will to do it because the populace right now, I don't believe
I saw her on
favors anything that might favor, which I read every single day. That argument. Thank you, Brian.
She
Alan,
was going to Florida.
does Iran have the president, or has the president backed himself into the corner? They say
Sugar Daddy's boat.
today that they are. So for those who don't know, Alan runs a small business, a retail business, and there are no other people in that store. He runs it by himself. And so this is not unusual that we go to Alan and he's not prepared to come to the microphone. But when he is, I'm sure he'll flash his mic and we'll...
Thank you, Gary. This is a very interesting position that we're in because I gotta sit here and ask, like, what is our objective? I keep hearing regime change, but I'm talking about beyond that. Like, what's in store for the world in regards to Iran 10 years from today? I think we're thinking too present, right? We're not thinking far ahead into the future, and think Americans, we don't know, like, well, okay, so we're going to go there, we're going to take out their regime, put in our regime, and then what? I mean,
if you say so.
Right? We put them in there, right?
If you say so.
Along with many other leaders that,
if you say so.
That you could say that the United States had influenced that country. So at this point, I understand the Strait, the Hormuz Strait, and why we needed that resolved. And then, of course, having nuclear weapons.
I figured.
That's the other side of the coin is,
I figured.
okay, so we keep them from having nuclear weapons today, but again, I go back to what happens 10 years from today? Who's to say that they're not going to get it then or before?
Why are you worried about that when we have to triage the situation today when they are so close to developing a bomb? What are you worried about 10 years from now if we're able to stop them from getting the bomb? Every discussion I've had about this talks about the enriched uranium being removed and there be safeguards in place to ensure that the program is not reconstituted. I don't know, and neither do you or anybody else, whether such an agreement with any future regime, to use your scenario, in Iran would be adhered to. Maybe the next regime, I can't imagine the next regime being more radical than this one, can you?
Yeah,
be killed for doing so.
Pot event where they were
They
selling
put their lives
be
killed
wine
for doing so.
Pot event where they were
They
selling
put their lives repeatedly on the line.
If we don't work
don't
out,
want
I'm just going
this
to move the
regime
balls
in
down.
place.
Retire there.
Now, I think most observers, including most Iranians who I have spoken to,
we don't work out.
I'm sure Alan would, and allowing the people of Iran to determine
it wasn't very pleasant.
the form of government that would follow would allow for an age of enlightenment in Iran to where they have a government that has Western liberal values, that allows for dissent, and which is pledged to no longer allow for the development of nuclear weapons. And then they will elect the people who will replace the interim government, which will replace the repressive regime that they hate. Every Iranian with whom I have discussed this issue, what happens if this regime is eliminated? What's next? They all say, and maybe they are miscalculating, but they all say anything would be better than this. I think we should listen to them. Mace, and go ahead. Your rejoinder is encouraging.
Consumer free stuff. Going on vacation,
I'd like to say one more thing that,
it was no pleasure being with them.
I mean, I understand we don't want a world with nuclear weapons, right? But until the powers of this planet, which includes the United States, right? China, Russia, at least those three, right? The top three. And I guess France and some of the other European countries. But until the powers of the planet
consumer free stuff, going on vacations,
get rid of their nuclear weapons,
no pleasure.
Everybody else is going to try to obtain them as a sovereign nation. So I think we need to look at ourselves and do more introspecting, of ourselves.
So in the meantime, since we're not disarming at a pace that you feel we ought to, and I would agree with that argument, that it's okay for Iran to have nuclear weapons because, well, hell, Israel does.
Good point.
I know, that's not my point. I'm asking you, is that your point? Apparently it is.
Yes, that's a good example. Yes, that's a very good example, right? We know Israel has nuclear weapons. That's not a secret. And the point being is that other countries they're gonna want to
sticking some cannabis wine decorated plant.
Go back to like what other countries?
Don't work out. I'm just gonna.
Any country on the
What?
planet.
Name one. Name one.
Mexico.
Is Mexico accepting to develop Is Mexico
weapons?
wait a minute. Is Mexico attempting
yeah,
right now
yeah, and
to develop a nuclear weapons program?
She has made it very clear in her marionettes that that is the aim of Mexico.
She's perfect for herself.
She said that the treaty between the United States and Mexico is over, where Mexico would rely on the United States for protection.
Can you show me a public pronouncement or proclamation, a tweet, anything that would substantiate that?
It's called. She comes on.
I wouldn't do it over again.
Social media every morning.
I'm not asking you to quote me the name of the thing where she speaks. I'm asking you to quote me the speech.
I mean, I can try to find the link to that particular speech. It was on.
Please do, because otherwise we're just relying off your interpretation.
She's perfect for herself.
Also,
you can
I
keep up with Scheinbaum every day on a Twitter account. I haven't heard her see her say any such thing.
So let's look at the record. Let's look at the record. First of all, if the president of Mexico says that we can no longer rely on the United States for protection,
the treaty is over.
She does not. She is not saying it.
I didn't say that.
Then quote me chapter and verse, or you're making it up.
I will look for it.
She did not. That is not the same as saying we want nuclear weapons.
Here's what she said exactly. I'm going to try to quote her because she said it in Spanish, right? So I'm going to translate it. It was something along the lines of the treaty is over, and if Mexico wants to pursue nuclear weapons, including nuclear weapons, because they already have nuclear power here, okay?
So I looked this up because you're not. There's no credible source that's reported that Scheinbaum. There's no credible. Meaning there's not a Mexican paper or a radio station or a television station or a tweet or a TikTok where she has said something.
Yeah, I can try to find it. That's what I just said. I said that earlier when I answered you.
Okay, so the fact of the matter is that is incorrect because she has taken a passive stance. She has never said that Mexico should have nuclear weapons. She has firmly maintained a passive stance warning.
I heard her say it at the.
She did not.
They actually just want to be
She
back
did
coastal.
not. She did.
Sorry.
No, Gary is quoting you stuff. You're pulling it out of your behind, and that is not acceptable.
No. See,
Yes, you are.
Do this. I didn't plan on saying this, but it was just part of the flow, right? And now that I
said it at the that Mexico and
You actually just want a lifestyle by coastal, not a burial.
Mexico's Minister for Foreign Affairs has said that Mexico
You actually just want a lifestyle.
The development of nuclear weapons. They have never said.
You actually just want a lifestyle by coastal,
which
not
says
a
that
burial.
Mexico.
You actually just want a lifestyle, not a burial or a motherland.
Come on.
Yeah, it's like when she's
Oh.
speaking, Trump says one thing and the part of the government says another thing. It's the same. It's the same thing.
Okay, well let's get back to your comparison then.
Saying is
You literally said that not 5 years ago.
let me clarify it since it was misunderstood. So what I truly want to say, since that was wrong, I misspoke. Countries, including Iran, like Iran, all over the planet, are going to continue to develop or want to develop, nuclear weapons as long as the big three have them.
Okay. I can't speak Spanish. Mexico ha sido y seguirá siendo pacifista.
There should be a way to translate it, Gary.
I got the
It's so
translation.
amazing. You can't take
Let
it
me
away.
finish,
You can't say it's not amazing.
Just because
Let me finish, Armaze.
Sorry.
You can't say
Don't respond to me until I say it. Please. El país siempre tendrá una visión. You tell me if I'm wrong in my translation. Pacifista sobre cualquier cuestión relacionada con armas, especialmente las nucleares. No deberá haber guerras. The translation: Mexico has been and will continue to be pacifist. Shine bomb, enemies. The country will always have a pacifist vision on any issue related to weapons, especially nuclear ones. There should be no wars.
Rub my lamp and make a wish.
That is correct.
So she is not pursuing nuclear
Ruin
weapons.
a gift. Oh, a
No,
few
that doesn't
things.
mean it. 'Cause let me point this one thing out.
A few
You can
things.
be a
That's
pacifist
exactly.
country.
Hold on. That's exactly
A few
what it
things.
She said the
No, that's not what
country
it means.
will
That's
always
what
have
you
a
want.
pacifist vision on any issue
How do you give a
related to
plain
weapons,
sentence and not
especially
understand?
nuclear ones. I cannot believe my lying eyes.
Your lying eyes. I don't know what you mean by that. But
Well,
It
mean,
means,
we're gonna
should
move
we
on
believe
because
you or should we
we're
believe
gonna move
what
on
we read?
because when you if you want to come to the stage and give your opinion, that's fine. But do not misquote the president of Mexico. I don't know what the laws are there. I hope you don't get deported from Mexico for doing so. The president.
He's been deported from America.
Followed by
He's next gonna be deported from Mexico.
I'm here, Gary.
Hey,
What's the pig
Wow.
name? Pig slop.
Yeah, just catching up on the news as I came into this room and
Everyone.
are they forcing the hand? I mean, I think they've shot at more ships, at least one more ship, and then they're declaring that they just
It's
completely
pig slop.
control the strait now, and they don't have to
Everyone
let
refers to
ship,
AI
they're
content as
making
pig
these
slop.
wild usurpations, you could say, of a critical waterway, which is a direct challenge to the freedom of navigation of the waterways. As Secretary of State's speech recently was talking about this, about it's like the whole
It's very
world,
AI.
the American Pax
Everyone refers to
Americana,
AI content
the
as pig
American world
slop.
order, and it relies completely on freedom of many generations to guarantee this, and so to just be like, oh well, they're Iran now doesn't like that.
My content broke Sora.
Shut it down. It's just not going to fly, right? You're talking
My content
about
broke
global,
Sora and some Altman shut down the app.
Almost multi-hundred-year project that, and there's the nuclear thing, which because we haven't seen because we haven't seen Tel Aviv, the whole false 20-year war that occurred on the justification of WMDs in Iraq. That was a complete hoax. But in this case, we know that they've declared themselves that they have the material, and they're trying to is just and people are just pretending like this isn't important. And I think it's been a long time since we've seen a city obliterated. It's been since 1945 that we've seen two cities obliterated by nukes. And so they're just, I think it's just not real to people. And the cheap shots that people take in discussing this matter are just unbelievable. But yeah, I think Iran, unfortunately, it's fractured into at least two factions, but maybe more. They set it up this way, almost like a dead man switch, in a sense of like a very decentralized command structure that if you cut off the head, then it becomes like a hydra. They have this mosaic defense pattern where it just splits into smaller and smaller units that each of which feel this mandate that they have to
continue the war until the very end. It is a pretty good strategy for winning, I would say, honestly. But nevertheless, it has, and yeah, it's going to be extremely expensive. The U.S. could just surrender. I mean, people have predicted. There's this guy, Jiang Shui-Jin, or I'm saying his name wrong, Shui-Jin, I think, in this Chinese quote-unquote professor guy. He's a high school teacher, but he has a good YouTube channel. But he's made some interesting predictions that we would be in this war to start with, and that the U.S. would lose the war. And Louis' point of, like, that's the other big thing about what is this all about? Why is this happening? Well, it was engineered at least in Congress. Nobody's talking about that because they haven't seen it yet. But directionally, we may be heading towards this, where Israel is the rising power in the region. And if they show enough chutzpah, let's say, other Gulf countries at this point are ready to fall in line under their leadership. And then maybe Iran will eventually make a deal, maybe even a partnership with Israel, but we're kind of a ways away from that. They've got to get through this period. But either way, like, Iran has set this up. They set it up from the time of the revolution. I'm sure the Shah sucked in a lot of ways, and they were getting ripped off on their oil at the time. But it basically all amounted to this crazy, fanatical revolution that is a ticking time bomb. And it's good we're going in now, and it's good. However, it's happening.
For herself. I'm not complaining, but I wouldn't do it over again. That's for sure.
Disrupting them before they can actually set off.
Very self-centered, not caring.
But yeah, it's messy, but this is just what happens.
Thank you, Agent. Mayoral, followed by Doctor.
Well, I don't know that I can articulate myself as well as everybody else has, because I'm also going in a different direction. I agree with everybody about where we're at now. And I'm not blaming Israel. I am saying that Trump knew from his generals, he knew from Marco Rubio, that this was not going to be over in a month. And he knew, he was told, any regime change was not going to come just from bombing from the air, it was going to come from boots on the ground. And everybody knows Israel can't do that. They can't go in their boots on the ground. So Trump just did his gut, what he always does, and says, I know best. And he did what he did. And now he has nothing. He can keep bombing. And I think part of him wants to say that I'll just keep bombing from the air. I'll keep bombing and bombing and bombing and bombing, and that's going to make a difference. And I don't think it will. I think he wants this war over. I think in his mind it is over. I think several people have said he wants just to get some kind of agreement. They'll say that he won, and that's that. I don't think that he'll ever get the agreement that he pulled us out of, because for a number of reasons. One being, who the heck does he have that are negotiating all the time? He doesn't have who Obama had. These were intelligent, smart, experienced people. They were negotiators. They weren't real estate people. They were negotiators. So we're never going to get that. With regard to, he didn't like them. They don't pay enough. And he kept, they don't do this, they don't do that. And he talked about, he threatened then about leaving NATO. Obama comes in 2 days. So that tells you something. With regard to a coalition now, when you go and you start talk to the European time, you don't even warn them. That, I think, sets them off a little bit. And I know, Gary, you keep talking about Britain, and we all know the wrong people that are there. However, that's an ally. That's what Trump is doing. Anybody who can stand there and say Trump is letting Russia give intelligence to Iran to kill Americans, that in and of itself should be setting. That's what does set Europe off. Europe we don't have an agreement on anything. Trump has an agreement. He wants the new NATO to be the Gulf countries who also have a relationship with Russia. So I do think that enters into it. We never talk about it, but that might enter into how Europe feels right now. You dump us, you talk bad about us, you don't even warn us what you're going to do. I think that is a fair assessment of why they might want to get involved, nor do they trust if they do get involved. Then what happens? What happens to them? What does the United States do for them or to them? You still have this issue. I think that they want to support Ukraine. Trump doesn't. Trump supports Russia. They don't want to support Russia. I think that enters into it in some way. It isn't just about Israel. That's not the whole thing. I don't think so. I think they know that Israel wants to keep this war going, and it does. Israel has said that this morning. They do. They want the job finished. The United States considers it finished. It's not, Trump is not going to do what is necessary. And he can say, we can all say that here in the United States, most of us don't want to see war continued under those circumstances. But that was something that our leader, our president, who makes these decisions, that's what he did. And he has to be responsible for that. So if you don't have a coalition of the right people, that's something Trump did going in. And by the way, if you think anything imminent, that Trump is going to do anything imminent, because he always threatens, he threatened today, he threatens them. He's not, because he announced today that he won't go to his son's wedding. It's not a good time. That means Trump is lying. That means Trump will be at that wedding. He goes golfing the whole time here. While this was all going on, he was going golfing. He was going to games. He was doing everything leisurely and recreationally while he was telling everybody what they need to do to win this war. So I don't think anything imminent is going to happen, because I think if Trump announces he's not going to his son's wedding, that means he is going to his son's wedding, and nothing imminent is going to happen. So, but I do think that when we want to criticize Europe, I don't necessarily think that we should discount whatever they are expected to do, and then what do they get back in loyalty? What do they get back in return that maybe makes them not want to invest right now? And I could be wrong, and I wish somebody would explain it to me better, because maybe I'm just looking in the wrong direction. But I welcome.
The guy's nuts, okay? Let's just leave. I mean, he's literally nuts. He's trying to hide his taxes. That's what this is all about. The grifting. He's literally.
So
We speak one at a time here, and when Gary calls on you, in order to stay in this room, you will need to follow the rules.
I'm just talking about the war in and of itself, and how is it going to proceed? And I think that Trump considers it over. He's looking for a different way out. I don't think that he is going to do what he was told he would need to do when this first started. And I'm not blaming Israel. I'm blaming Trump. I'm blaming him. As I said, when we talk about Europe, I really I might be wrong, but I'm trying to understand what Europe gets. We know what they can benefit from, but what do they get ultimately? What is Trump going to do for them? What is the loyalty that he will have to them? And what is the loyalty Trump has to Russia? And does any of them fear Russia? And regarding Germany, Remember, Germany had the most, I believe, the most bases, army bases, or military bases there. That's where people were going when they were injured. They have all these injured people that nobody talks about. It's over 300 people that were injured, 13 or 14 killed, but nobody talks about where did they go? They went to Germany. And what did Trump do? Didn't he just take troops out of Germany to kind of threaten them? Pardon me. Okay, thank you.
So when I made my comments about Europe, and I talked about it may be unpalatable because of the internal political pressures that they have, because of the drumbeat of lies about Israel that's out there, that's affecting the body politic. I also said in the same secondary salvo, my little rant about about the very things that you just said about Trump showing a lack of interest. In fact, I started by talking about Trump showing a lack of interest in continuing the traditional support for Europe that this nation has shown since World War II. So apparently you're under the impression, or the misimpression, I should say, that wasn't part of the discourse. It was. I'm not arguing your point. I'm agreeing with your point.
Criticizing you.
I didn't say you were. I didn't say you were criticizing.
And I didn't misunderstand you. What I was saying is I was expanding to the part about Russia, because we don't talk about that. We don't talk about that. They do. We no longer, Europe and you can't enter into a decision that Europe might make about loyalty and disloyalty and Russia and Ukraine. Somewhere I think that there's a big picture that everybody thinks about except us. I think Europe does think about the bigger picture. I think we don't.
I think that with regard to the point that you made, it's an excellent point, that how can we maintain providing satellite assistance to the Iranians that the Iranians have used to attack U.S. That is you and I are. But my guess is, and it's just a guess, but this would seem logical to me anyway, that what Europe and maybe others are waiting for is for this term of office to expire and an attempt for a reset in the relationship. And my suspicion is that's exactly what will happen. We saw this to a lesser degree occurring during Trump's first term in office, and then there was a reset when Joe Biden became president. And then Trump doubled down on some of these positions that he takes that many find unpalatable. And I think just like people in the United States who are not fans of the president, just as they are waiting out the expiration of his term of office, I think so too are our European allies. And I don't believe that the long-forged relationship is irreparable. That's what I think anyway. I could be wrong, but that's my perspective on it, if anybody cares. See.
Hi, Gary. Thanks for inviting me up. You are able to hear me well.
Loud and clear, yes.
Thank you so much. Something that I wanted to mention is this. Everyone knows that Trump is a motor mouth, and people didn't really worry so much about it. But he made some of the very important logical mistakes. First thing is that when you want to go for a war, if unless otherwise you are pretty sure that you are going to win, you should never do that. So I see lack of preparation on Trump's side. The second thing is about exit policy. So how do you, in case there is a problem, because you cannot always guarantee the process. I don't think he had done that. The third point I wanted to mention here is that Iran was already down because of so many years of sanctions and other things, and also internal unrest. Iran had nothing to lose. So, in case there is going to be a problem or a stalemate in the war, it is Americans who are going to bear the brunt of this whole situation, not Iran, because Iran is already in deep shit. So, for them, it doesn't change much. So, a desperate opponent is a bit difficult to defeat. And the third thing is, yes, I know that European countries had never really worried about security issues. I can just give you one example. The country where I work in Europe took almost 8 years to sanction 1 million euros for a military type of a project, European Defence Agency project. But in the last 2 years, they have not doubled, 4 times now. They are ready to sponsor the project, and that too within about 6 to 8 months. So you see the big change that European countries are doing now. Trump could have somehow used the Ukraine war to get a little bit more active resourceful participation from the Europeans rather than simply alienating them. And how did he alienate? He simply spoke lots of illogical things about Greenland and other things, which he was not even really attempting or trying to do something about it. But because of his foolish statements, he alienated. And another important thing that I wanted to say is this. Americans are already seeing for the last 4 years, Ukraine-Russia war, how the war is progressing. And Ukraine is desperate with all the support and things like that. With so much of sanction, Russia is continuously bombarding. Ukraine is suffering with all the support from Europeans and Americans. So nowadays, wars are not really won just like that. It has to be very well planned, and it should get internal support, which I don't think Trump had. The last point, maybe it's just for the sake of interest for other listeners. Pakistan is being used as a mediator, but it is very well known. A.Q. Khan, the so-called Pakistan's nuclear father of nuclear program, he stole from one of the European universities, which has got a nuclear reactor on its campus, and he stole that and went to Pakistan, and then he was the one who gave it to Iran, or at least partially gave to Iran as well as North Korea. And Trump is trying to use Pakistan as the mediator. So much for about the credibility of the Pakistan as a country for this negotiation, and Iran, which has been one of the major beneficiary of this stealing of nuclear-related information from this university. So, having said this, I feel that the only option for Americans, I really respect them a lot because of so much of work, scientific work, that Americans have put in the last century. So the only way I think is to wait for 2 more years and then elect a better leader. Thank you so much, Kerry.
Thank you, Doctor. And you're right about Mr. Khan and his sticky finger approach to procurement of nuclear weaponry. Let's go to C, followed by Amir. C, are you with us? That's funny. They took the mic.
No, I can't talk. I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
All right, we'll go to Amir, followed by Ian.
Thank you. Just a couple of quick points. I agree with a lot of things that the previous speaker said. I think the same as Agent. And I also like to make a comment about what you said, Gary, regarding the waiting game that you mentioned on the side of the Ayatollahs. So I don't actually think they're going to fall for that. I think the Trump team, if you like, they're not going to fall for that game. And I don't think also I don't think it matters really who's negotiating on Iran side. I think there's very clear objectives that Trump has, and he has been pursuing that since last June, when the mission was not accomplished in the 12-day war of June 2025. They thought they may be able to accomplish that by sealing the entire established enrichment farm and burying, if you like, the enriched uranium, but that didn't happen. So I think the agenda is still the same, and it's not really about negotiations as such. I actually think it's about submission. I think it's about in terms of handing over the 400 kg enriched uranium. Well, actually, it's not 400 kg. It's a lot more. It's just that 400 kilograms of it is enriched to 60% plus. But there is a whole host of other enriched uranium which are at 50% and 40%. I mean, that's the nature of enrichment anyway. So that's one objective, and the other objective is abolishing the centrifuge farms, and of course putting back on the missile program. So these are very clear objectives that he has, which he didn't achieve last June, and he is pursuing that. And I think really the negotiation thing is a red herring. Now, Iran has obviously spent literally over $1 trillion on developing these. So naturally, they're not going to kind of hand these over on a plate. So the logical, I just want to cut my argument very, very, very short. The logical outcome, given the situation that both sides are, is basically another conflict. I can't see any other way out of it. Even if my sort of what I've just supposed, if that is correct, then there is no other way other than another conflict. Now, obviously, that's not going to involve boots on the ground. That's insane, and that's just not going to happen. The experience of Afghanistan and Iraq has shown that that's not going to happen. So it's not going to be an all-out war, but it could be kind of an attack on infrastructure to further cripple the economy, and of course to cripple the governance in general, so that it would come to submission effectively, or a kind of a commando-style operation to dismantle and kind of destroy the enrichment facilities and the missile facilities. So those are the points that I wanted to make.
Thank you, Amir. Always appreciate your perspective. Andrew, followed by David.
Good afternoon, Gary. You can hear me okay?
Yes, sir.
Great. I'm not so sure that Iran's forcing Donald Trump's hand in this. I think Donald Trump is a victim of his own propaganda. I think you were correct earlier on when you speculated that his thoughts were like Donald Trump and I have the greatest military in the world. I sincerely think he believes this kind of stuff. And he's very braggadocious. And sometimes, people will believe their own press. And as he is his own press person on Truth Social, I think he tends to believe this stuff. But I'm going to make a hockey analogy, if you don't mind.
My favorite sport, so you go right ahead. I love hockey analogy.
The other night, Montreal was playing Buffalo in Game 7.
Game 7 is, there's no other thing to do other than win or go home, right? And at the beginning of this conflict, among other things that were stated in terms of what the reasoning was behind, somebody mentioned about Marco Rubio and Israel was going to go in, so the United States had to, in fear of their assets being attacked in retaliation, which happened anyway. We've seen that. But he also said that in terms of unconditional surrender, well, when you back somebody up like that, existentially, then they're going to fight till the bitter end. However that end comes, and whatever destruction that might incur. I've given this analogy before in terms of Germany in World War II. They fought to the very end. Not everybody, of course, but those that believed it did. And it cost a lot of lives to go in there and finally get the surrender. I think the Allies were surprised at how long the nation fought, even with all the destruction. I mean, you had Hamburg, Dresden, Berlin was destroyed, and much of Europe. And even with all that destruction, they fought on till the very end. So I'm not so sure that anything's different here in terms of Iran. The other thing that was mentioned was about this blockade. I don't know how successful or how valuable that is when they, like Ukraine, have allies in Russia. And China may not be getting oil right now or substantially less, but I'm sure they're prepaying for oil. And so those money. So this waiting game that we're talking about now, I think Iran has the capability to outweight the United States, not well in the United States. There was one other point I was going to make, but I can't remember it quite right now, so I'll land there.
I know the hockey league is fantastic.
Yeah, but you're wrong, though. You guys won last year.
No, wasn't this the first Walter Cup?
No. The first one was the second season. So last year, I believe it was either Minnesota, I can't remember who, but it was, I know Toronto was in there, but then they were booted out. So, yeah, no, you guys won the first one.
Yeah, oh my God, I didn't even know that league existed. And then I stumbled across them on television and I said, whoa, what am I looking at here? It just fantastic hockey. Great to see that women are out there playing a tough game such as hockey. And I told my daughter and my son-in-law that next season, I want to take my granddaughters to so they can see that women can perform just as well as men on the athletic field. They're just fantastic. It's a joy to watch them.
Great.
And I'm sure the check from the Women's Professional Hockey League is in the mail to me for that. Product placement.
Yes.
Thank you, Andrew. David, followed by Daryl. David.
Sorry about that, Gary. All right. So I don't know if you talked about it in the room, but there was a story that broke regarding there was a plan afoot for the United States to reinstall Ahmadinejad in a similar fashion to the way that Rodriguez was installed post taking out Maduro. This was a plan that fell apart in the first round of bombings. They attempted to free Ahmadinejad from house arrest, and he's since disappeared. This is an interesting.
I read that, David. I read that it disturbed me to the head.
What was that again? I'm sorry.
I said I read that, and it disturbed me to the hell. I was so scared this morning.
Okay. Yeah. No. Absolutely. This was obviously this guy was playing both sides. He was an anti-Israel Holocaust denier. An anti-West president for Iran, and then of course, he probably was behind a lot of the terrorist acts. So how this was attempted to even work?
Whose lame brain idea was that?
it doesn't say in the article. It just says, if you remember, Trump made a comment along the lines of, wouldn't it be great if we could find somebody from the inside to take over? And so he was kind of skillfully messaging that.
So the implication here is that this was our president's idea?
And in tandem with Israel's.
I don't think Israel would have been in support of that.
Well, that's not what the article says.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh, the New York Times.
Yeah, it was the New York Times, but I think this is the propaganda game from the.
Okay, wait a minute. Were there any dogs involved in the discussion in this article?
What do you mean by dogs?
Well, it was the New York Times that published the column about how the Israelis were training dogs to rape Palestinian prisoners. So I'm just wondering, since it was the New York Times, the credible source that it is when it comes to issues in the Middle East, I was just curious whether any dogs are involved in this.
Yeah, no dogs involved in the story, Gary. I'm happy to report.
What do you mean, David? That Ahmadinejad is a dog?
Well, I mean, look, it would have been our dog if the story would have been carried out the way that they intended it. But anyway, yeah. So there's that story that's surfacing. Again, this is probably why we went in and did what we did. And then there was also talks of the Kurds were supposed to also usher in their response to this attack and assist us in possibly installing Ahmadinejad as the new leader, de facto leader. So that obviously didn't materialize as well. So here we are, Gary. Here we are bogged down in this situation. It also was reported by Reuters, although Pakistan denies the veracity of the allegations, that they've sent 8,000 troops to Saudi Arabia. They're sending warplanes as well as air defense systems. And I don't know how this affects their neutral Switzerland role in negotiating peace, but there's clearly an attempt there to cozy up to the Sauds, who are absolutely against us continuing the bombing campaign into Iran. So maybe they're preparing for the inevitability that, as we've talked about in the room, that they're not going to turn over any of the nuclear material that they have, and this will ultimately force the boots on the ground response. But again, Pakistan is denying that allegation. Gary, I don't know that we have a hand here really, other than to just back away, fight another day. But if we allow this to stabilize, it's only going to embolden the regime. It's only going to allow them to reconstitute their military. Obviously, do whatever they have to do with those fission materials, and so I don't know. It's a very tense, big pitbull environment here that I don't really have a lot of response for. I will say that we are attempting, in my opinion, based on other things I've read, that because we can't take China on directly, and we saw sort of that hand being played in Beijing, that the only play we have is to take Europe and its energy dependence on Russia, which has been a big win for China because now that cheap energy is flowing that way, and Europe's been forced to situation, Gary, where the international stage is being played out like no other. We have the rumblings of potentially Alberta structure, right? So it's not Russia's right there with a pipeline, and we need to stabilize that. And obviously, Ukraine. But now we're telling them they're not our allies anymore, and the NATO no longer exists, and we're forcing them. We're saying that they've been sucking on the United States tit for too long, and we want to wean them off of that. So where do they do? Where do they go? So they're also, we've left them in a lurch on some level. So anyway, I hope the bombing does not continue, Gary. This can only end one way, and that's badly. And we'll see what happens. If we had a strategy If we had a solution, we'd be playing it out by now. And I don't think we really have one. And that's just my opinion. Thank you.
So with regard to this Ahmadinejad story, how he's a Holocaust denier, but a spy for Israel at the same time, and all this kind of stuff. I am, as soon as we're off the air here, I'm going to contact one of my sources, who you may have heard of before, who should be able to sort this out for us. My good friend, Dr. Jack Ryan, and he will give us a good analysis. Maybe we can even have him come on tomorrow to talk about that. And the reason I picked Dr. Jack Ryan is because, holy cow, that's a Tom Clancy novel if I ever heard one. And for those of you who don't know what I'm talking about, Google the name. It's a fictional character, a Tom Clancy character. But holy cow, this is the makings of a Jack Ryan Netflix movie.
It's pretty interesting, Gary. I have to say, I was pretty blown away by it. And how they wrote the story, I would need to find out. That'd be interesting to know.
Yeah, well, I just certainly hope that they didn't use the same sources that they used to break the story about the dogs.
But see, I was of the opinion that Ahmadinejad died in those attacks, but they're saying he didn't die, and he just disappeared. So they don't know his whereabouts. So,
well, if the word leaked out to the Iranian government that the United States and Israel were colluding to reinstitute the presidency of Ahmadinejad, I think he would disappear. And if he wasn't dead before, he probably is now.
Yeah.
Thank you, David. Daryl, the last word for the day.
Yeah, I actually, Gary, I thought when you said Jack Ryan, I actually thought you were joking around at first. That was actually pretty good.
You like that one?
That was awesome.
So at first you thought I was joking, and then you thought it was real. That's pretty funny.
When you said Jack Ryan, but then you said you're going to have him come into the room tomorrow. So I'm like, wait a minute, is he serious? I wondered if it was going to be Tom Clancy or Alec Baldwin and sell, its oil. But the problem becomes once it's settling in. So America sells its oil, it settles in dollars, up and going up and up. And this is China's 18th birthday party. This is what they've been waiting for a very long time. And they're seeing this as an opportunity to become, the ascendant economic power in that part of the world if you can get more countries to drop the dollar with regards to oil sales and settle in whatever currency they choose. And I promise you, the majority of those currencies will be the RMB. And it just doesn't bode well for us. To Andrew's point, China is, Gary, you said that they're giving them information, but they're doing more than that. They're prepaying for oil. I think so far this year, it's $10 billion in sales that we can see, but they're doing currency swaps because China has invested in the energy transportation industry in Iran. They're building physical things, and I think what we're looking at here is, do we actually want to do something that triggers an actual kinetic conflict with China if China thinks that their investments in Iran or their assets in Iran or their strategic interest in oil coming off the dollar, are they willing to also send soldiers to fight, in some type of proxy conflict in Iran? And I think that's really what we're thinking about as we, try to use to come to some type of resolution for this, because what we want, I know we talk about the nuclear material and Trump goes on and he says this and that. I think strategically what America really wants is for the straits to be open and for oil to be free flowing as it was, and for oil to be settling in US dollars, because that's what American power is based on. You know, I think Mayoral made a great point where she was saying, you know, we are allies. We're basically giving our allies the middle finger, and we are outwardly cozying up to Putin. If I were Poland, I'd be very concerned about this. If I were, you know, Germany is going to be considered now the backstop, or at least the front line of possible Russian invasions. You know, I think they're so bogged down in Ukraine that I don't think, and many don't think that that's something that would happen. I'll just end it on this: the idea that, you know, NATO is not the ally that we wanted them to be. NATO has done, I believe, exactly what we've always asked them to do. You know, and we talked about this previously, that NATO may have been, you know, deficient on some of their funding, but as I always understood it when I was on Wall Street, that it was always a wink, wink, nod, nod thing. You know, like, so you guys are going to be short on your NATO funding, but hey, we need you to buy treasuries. NATO countries hold about $8 trillion in New York debt. In U.S. debt. And, you know, and they do it when we ask them. So, hey, we buy our debt. We need you to buy some of our debt. Okay, we'll take some of our defense money and we'll put it into your debt. Okay, everybody winks, everybody nods, everybody handshakes. And the world continues as it should be. I think that this idea that, you know, when Trump came out, he said, well, NATO hasn't done anything. They didn't send any soldiers into, I think he said Afghanistan. And you know, the Brits were highly offended by this. There's something happening here because it doesn't make sense. And I really hope somewhere someone's writing a movie on this, because, like I said, time is history's greatest detective, and at some point all of this will be unveiled. Thank you, guys.
So when you were talking about purchasing some of our debt, and then you juxtapose that with the president's misstatement of Europe's participation in Afghanistan, I'm wondering that in each of these cases, whether this is just the president making an argument to make an argument for whatever reason he wants to make that argument that we don't understand, or whether he is oblivious to the facts. You know, we had a guy come on the stage today who made an argument that was inaccurate. He was, you know, either deliberately misportraying the facts, or he was oblivious. It doesn't matter, because house room. But we're talking about the president of the United States. So, with regard to Afghanistan, you probably don't have any, you know, area of expertise that gives your sense of the matter any more value than anybody else's. But with regard to the finances, we know that you're an expert in this. So what is your sense? Do you think the president, when he flipped off Europe, was unaware of how they've helped us with our debt? Or what? I don't get it.
I think he calculates, for the most part. We all know he's not inherently honest, right? So is the question, is he making a mistake, or is he telling a calculated lie to gin up animosity or an adversarial leaning in the people that follow him? 10-dimensional chess. And at the same time, he's falling asleep in meetings. So two things can be true as long as they don't contradict each other. He knows he tells things. I believe he does know that he says things that are not true, but I believe he's targeting who he's speaking to. At some point, someone, he's surrounded by military advisors. Someone would have told him, hey, it's not true about NATO non-participation in Iraq and Afghanistan. But I think he makes a calculated decision as to what will fire up his people, whether it's true or not, because I personally don't think he believes that his followers care about what is true and what's not true.
I think that's a pretty good analysis, Carol. I'm glad I asked you.
Thank you. Tom Clancy tomorrow.
Yeah, for sure. Jack, did you get all that? He's getting into the role right now. Folks, we're here Monday through Friday from 5 p.m. New York time, so until 5 p.m. New York time tomorrow. For the next edition of the Critical Thinking Forum, everybody be safe, be well, and peace out.
Charles.
See, you get loose and then you forget. It's fine. No,
I forgot. You know what? I jumped on. Literally, I was just on a phone.
I'm considering our friendship. I don't know. I'm gonna consider. I'm gonna consider.
See, you're in the
What's
same
going
shoes.
on? Oh. Matt Goliath. Did you see the news?
What news?
Goliath to the stage. Did he come in or did he leave?
Oh, you talk about the again? Yes.
Yeah.
Oh, he dropped out, right?
He's in the chat. He probably,
No, I'm talking about.
Omar, you're not Matt. Excuse me. You said you're gonna wait for your grandchildren in 2 hours. So you just wait. Sit down. Come on, Matt Goliath. I asked Omar for help and he said no. He said, come follow me where I go.
No, you said what I got. You know how like sometimes people say what you got going on today? And I said,
No, you can do what the hell I was talking about. But you was like the gas of somebody's ass. Stop gaslighting somebody's ass up. I don't want your gas up my ass. Thank you. Matt, where are you? Where's Matt? Hey Matt.
What's going on?
TT was calling for you. She said, where's Matt? Matt! I need Matt!
Well, officially, the governor's race in Michigan has officially left toss-up and is likely thanks to Duggan dropping out because, well, one, he doesn't have money. Two, Paul Wink showed him just being a spoiler candidate, and he did not want to actually let him MAGA win, that it's really necessary anyway. He was a very effective governor. So I know that. He's a centrist. Benson is more of a centrist, centrist/lean lib. She's not progressive, so that would just be a centrist lib ticket. It wouldn't really be anything.
Progressive liberal and lead gay Democrats.
For some reason, El Sayed becomes the nominee for Senate in Michigan. They can help together kind of push each other over the Spanish. I think that El Sayed and Mike Rogers are a toss-up. I still support Mallory McMurrow. I think that El Sayed is
To go to the Thomasite dynasty, 15th century.
But I'm a pragmatic person.
The Thomasite forcibly converted the Sunnis into 12 Shia Islam. That happened in Persia. That's the people we're dealing with now, by the way.
What Muslims are you talking about? McMurrow wins, and she's the one that actually
should convert
Mike Rogers. And
Sophie kind of English. It doesn't have its like really salty strict. Discipline is not. So
I was gonna ask Matt if you saw the
when the Iranian was born like what? Don't Arab
12.
And it did have to get Arab.
No, Knuckle, not.
I didn't Nadler's seat. That's Nadler's seat. Schlossenberg is not winning shit.
He's not. I'm surprised
And
he's
the
not
NUP
winning.
proposals have already gone out for this year, so I'm gonna have to wait till next year anyway, so I can work on the NUP proposals. And I have to get more.
And Alex Burrows, which is statistical dead heat, and Alex Burrows is the. By the way, handsome as hell. So you know I'm voting for him.
He's gonna win.
Yeah, well, I hope so. They're statistically dead heat. I think it's like 2-point difference, but I think a lot of people who maybe would vote for Schlossberg may go over to Burrows, but he's the like crypto industry after him. I think crypto and AI industry are going after Alex, but I'm pulling for him. So I'm surprised Schlossberg is so supportive.
I mean, he's kind of psychotic. He reads too, so.
Oh, if you followed him on social, he's absolutely nuts, which is part of the reason why I was thinking about voting for him, because he's so unhinged. But I think he's too far gone.
Trying to go live.
Yeah, I think he would get a lot of hard.
Your action items lead you to head over. The Church for America is to be the official national religion. Great idea. Whenever war between church and state is on, troops sent into every country against the rebels. Issue an executive order banning abortions. Breastfeeding is now mandatory. And it's not others. Action to ban the greatest tragedy of abortion was making these documents. Those are all fantastic ideas. I'll run my Congress. Sorry, I disband Congress. It's been I'm sorry, I don't really have that. Let's see what's going on.
So Paxton was like, okay, this last week I yes, Paxton's over here trying to low-key Tallarico. And meanwhile, Corbin's like, and then it happened. Betrayed you, then you go, oh, I'll get mad.
Church for America is to be the official national religion. Great idea. I want everybody between church and state to say, I'm troops. I recommend religion. I thought my after I hate this. After your duel with your father on Cloud City, something was taken from you. My hand.
I mean, he also cut that, what I will say, I don't know if it's anywhere else, as far as like, but he did cut a little promo, that's what I'm calling now, on
The Emperor kept it.
Twitter at least, where he is Miss Opal Lee talking to her and, put that on, Twitter trying to let y'all know, listen, I'm with you, okay? I have the grandmother of GT herself allowed me to, Opal Lee allowed me into her home over here in this historic area of Fort Worth, Texas, okay? Y'all can't ever say I'm not with you.
There you are. Champion's purse.
I'm in your grandma's house.
You're not the champion yet, are you? A true champion defeats all their challenges. Surely there are others out there who still dare to challenge my reign. Uncle, how about you? I'm sure they have a costume.
One taste of combat was enough for me, Your Grace.
Well,
To keep what
so
remains
crazy
of my
is, like a
I
few
think you
days
should fight.
ago, when
This
that
was but a
Trump
poor
video
imitation of
came
your own
out,
bravery on the
and
field of battle.
Jasmine, like,
I
made a
speak as a
tweet
first-hand
about
witness.
it.
Climb
Like,
down from the
first,
high
I saw
table
that
with
she
the
was
new Valerian
in,
sword. Our true king wins his throne. Be careful now. This one is clearly mad
yeah,
with lust.
she was in
It
California
would
from
be a
Becerra,
tragedy for the king
and
to lose his
then,
virtue. Hours
sounds
before
like,
his
you know, not saying that she was to be in Texas for Rico or for Gina, or anything like that, but just saying that, like, I thought her in California was, I consider her in Georgia before I considered her in California, so I just thought that was like, okay. And then I saw her tweet where she was talking about, oh, I wish it was me, because then I would want a chance to stomp him on the campaign and on the, and in a debate. I said to myself, you gotta reel this back just so that we have in the first down, this last bit.
Uncle,
So I don't know what it was.
tie is dry.
But what was really funny, I think the other thing was
Forgive Your Grace, Lady Sansa.
the first lady is in here, in here. And her phone's in here. I want to say yesterday they were having a conversation regarding the whole genders thing that came back up. And what was really funny was I looked into it, and even Waco had an article that they wrote a few months back, I think in the March, about how the Republicans are focusing on gender and stuff as it relates to Puerto Rico in an effort to distract again.
Champion's purse.
When all else fails, okay?
Did you know that they are allowing men in women's bathrooms? The Democrats, devils, they don't want to take action at your home. They worship Satan. Vote for your local Republicans today. When all else fails, I know it. I told them that shit. I told them they're going to send that shit up.
You'll not be a conquered people, Mr. Hunter. You will be sentenced. You turn to the laws and guarantee the rights of the Constitution, which now extinguishes slavery. And which now all laws being determined by Congress of painful all rights will be subject to Supreme Court, based by bloody Republican radicals. We're here to discuss Reconstruction. We have no legal basis for that discussion. I don't want to deal falsely. The northern states are ratifying most of them. As I figured, remains for two of the southern states to do the same even after all are readmitted. I'm in working on that. This is why blocking. We must meet him before he reaches Carolina. I will lead the army. If you assemble the army. Tiberius knows. If you sit down, push.
I think especially with like the exacerbation of the war currently and gas currently, I think for some people it's like, I mean, they might care, but not as much as like, hey, fucking with my pocket.
Hello? It's just you and me, not Tom.
They give a fuck about the fact that Democrats care about people who have other errors. Like, no one fucking gives a fuck that much about, oh my god, who uses they, see, and pronouns. You know, I'm gonna vote for the motherfucker that's gonna they're already destroying my entire populace and saving the IRA. Who I'm gonna vote for. No, I mean, we have digital resources in this country.
You should have brought a fucking army. No, we need to end the whole bloody notion. The service. How we need to make it permanent. Drag me through superheroes. Superheroes.
Put people in internment camp. Get to like Collin County to Dallas, there is a heavy meatloaf. If you have a heavy local population more education, that is a good community. But like, nobody's here. I don't want to see that way too extreme. If she was, you might be able to say that and, you know, it not seem crazy, like it's crazy. But it's like, you know, you can be crazy there. Down here, it's the reverse. Like, you could say the same thing, just take out different races and different religions. And for those people, it's the type of crazy we're like, oh, that's a crazy, that makes sense here. You can't say that here. Really, you shouldn't be saying I want to put a group of this particular religious group in a concentration camp. You really shouldn't say that across religions when I really think about it, because that's just a weird thing to say, right? First, it's just weird, but then second, like, politically speaking, that immediately kills your candidacy for me. You
You can take hard line stands on particular issues. Right? You can take a very hard line stand on, as your candidate, I'm anti Israel as far as it relates to giving our tax dollars.
Did you know that
for the Dark Knight Rises, their defense and help aid in the bombing of children? You want to have that be your hard right line, say that all day, every day? I don't. But to go to that end, I'm just kind of like, sister, it's getting spooky. You're getting spooky. Why would you say that out loud? You're getting spooky. Where's your comms director? Who let you say that?
this once before I offered you?
I mean, just fucking up the church is like, because I also think it's one of those weird, to me, unfortunate. To quote one of the things I think Ben said a while ago, it's okay to just hold certain things to the vest, to your chest, and not lay all of your cards out on the table and be so forthright until you get into the office, and then you can do the things that you need to do. Now, that particular thing that she's saying here, that little wish, I don't really want you to hold that to your chest and then try and enact it once you get to power. Like, that's just automatically disqualifying. But if you're somebody who doesn't want to fund Israel and its conquest, have the right message publicly. Hold that to your back. When you get to Congress, just be like, hey, we're voting no on all these bills. Me and this caucus were saying no on everything. It's out of here. We're not doing that anymore. I don't know. These young people just get all their politics on the internet and then just come around and say any and everything, and it's too much.
The guy from Cat Apocabala is Allah.
You know she's from Texas too. And then went up to Illinois thinking she was a handbag and carpet bag, and look at her. Nothing to show for it. Buckets.
I know I made up her last name. I don't know how to Apocabala.
I mean, she sat up here and talked about how she used to be Republican and then decided she was going to carry herself to a blue state thinking she did with her politics, and that all of them were just supposed to be in love with the progressive politics that she espoused, and come to find out, no. We don't know you in this community. They got to get offline with some of the politics and entrench themselves in the community. Because the rhetoric stuff is getting a little.
There's people in their immediate circles that are like, that's right, and they're living high off of their own news. They're being gassed up to be like, that's okay, you can say that, that's right, not realizing that there's a broader world out there that doesn't align with the absolute crazy part of their people.
Right. Because who's going to hear that? At least who is saying to hear that and think to themselves, oh, this sounds like a bright idea. This is just empty rhetoric. Like, oh, you sound crazy. Like, we already have enough MAC or crazy weirdos running around. I want less. I don't need that from the left at all.
All right, well, Matt, are you going to respond? Is that I'm going to say, hey, McClain?
Oh, no, I agree with everything she's saying.
Cool. McClain?
Oh, I agree with everything Britt said as well. I mean, Britt nailed it. Most people live like within a 20, 30-mile radius of an area their whole lives. So Britt is absolutely correct.
I will say we're on track to win 53 Senate seats right now. That's per all and all the data I have. As I mentioned before, if he does not pay me, I'm driving to Jersey and driving to every marketing research firm in the entire tri-state area to find him to get my community.
What's the best state? Maine, Alaska,
Ohio, North Carolina, Iowa. This is flip. Alaska. Because I already said in the beginning, Amy Acton is winning Ohio, Rob Sanders is winning Iowa, and Tom Bennett is winning Alaska's governorships. I already knew that from everyone hates Mike Lee in Alaska. Why would his lieutenant governor win the governorship? Win the governor over the
former Speaker of the House in Alaska. So, anyway,
is Keisha gonna win?
Yeah, she can win narrowly.
Okay. Dang. So.
Everyone needs her money because she needs help because the Atlanta Metro. Her numbers when she won the primary in the Atlanta Metro, they were horrible. She should have been better. She should have walked there, but because everyone's mad at her for not running for a second term, they are not confident. So that is the key to her success, though, in the fall. So she really has to invest, and people really need to mobilize and get people who don't like her in Atlanta to vote for her. Because if she does not win, it will be because of the money. Fulton County, and Cobb, etc. I love being her.
Thank you. We appreciate it.
Yeah. Thank you.
Yeah, that was a good readout. Appreciate it.
Thank you both, Brett and Matt, for your.
What's it called, First Lady? What's it called when you're on a stage and although you mod in other rooms, you act like you're a mod in another space? What's that called?
I don't know, but there's also something.
It's called First Brother.
Okay. Anyway, I had the Democratic autopsy report. Did y'all do earlier today?
I had presented it in the chat, but I know that there were other things being discussed. But that report, unfortunately, is information around Gaza and some other key components, such as inflation. So it is a very incomplete report as cited by Ken Martin, the DNC chair. And I read the entire document today. It's 107 pages. I read it when I was in the gym. A really solid analysis. And there are a lot of spelling mistakes. And they also said Trump was president in 2022 in the document. It was not proofread. It was not finished.
I heard it. That's what I'm saying.
Oh, I'm sorry.
They just give y'all the whole thing.
Don't get impressive. So I was trying to get the cliff notes because it's not that impressive. But the things that are good about it are, yeah, you talk about local state politics and what they need to invest. And, you know, and get Biden, cool. Kamala didn't, talk enough about they, them, the stupid ass fucking they, them, what was it, Kamala's for they, them pronoun bullshit that they wanted to talk about. But the rest of it was, to me, kind of irrelevant. And it didn't really give me what I wanted because we know what happened. Gaza, we know what happened. Inflation. So, but yeah, y'all can go ahead and do a deep dive on it. I just was, in my opinion, it's not something we should take wholeheartedly.
Matt, I got a question for you. I haven't read the report yet, and what is it about? I saw the pot bros bitching about the fact that whoever did the report for Ken Martin turns out it was incomplete shit. Are you familiar with what happened with that?
Yeah, I just was talking about it. It's an incomplete report, and it was written by someone from a think tank from the Biden administration. So it's not actually something that O'Shea is going to give a real, I think, honest assessment, especially when it comes to certain red button hot topic issues like Gaza and Israel. It literally didn't mention it one time. It didn't mention black men. It didn't mention the Arabs that decided to not vote and vote for Trump. Like, it didn't mention third party stuff, Jill Stein, Green Party. It didn't mention leftists. It literally did not mention anything. It only praised Alyssa Slotkin and Jackie Rosen and all these other people for being centrist Democrats and how they outperformed Kamala. It did not talk about the progressives. It also outperformed Kamala. But yeah, First Lady, you can go ahead and play the thing. Sorry, I just wanted to answer this question.
Thanks, man.
I just want to know if anybody want to hear it.
Yeah, go ahead. Sorry, I just wanted to answer this question. But
No worries. No worries.
Yes, please.
Okay. Hey, Empress. All right, let me go into the mood of music. Hey, come on now, girl. Okay, I'm sorry.
Well, the Democratic National Committee released a long-awaited so-called autopsy report on what happened in that much-disputed 2024 election. Up until now, DNC Chair Ken Martin kept this and the results under wraps. The final document is a big read, 192 pages. CBS News Executive Director for the White House and Politics, Finn Gomez, dug into those pages, joins us now. So, Finn, what did that report say, and why is the DNC seeming to distance itself a little bit from it?
Right, Ray. This has been a long-anticipated report, and we did dug into this 192 pages of this report. It's somewhat of a surprise report because up until now, it was not expected. Ken Martin, the DNC chair, had received a lot of criticism the election for not releasing the report. It was expected that he said he wasn't of President Biden's age. If you recall, during that presidential cycle, it was a big factor, a negative factor on his presidential re-election bid, and one that ultimately helped oust him, put out from that campaign following that disastrous CNN debate performance that he had. Also, there was no mention of either Israel or the Middle East in this report. As you recall, during that cycle, it was a significant issue that divided the Democratic base, and something that many had expected to be in this extensive report. Read.
Finn, did Ken Martin give any insight on why he decided to release this report now? I guess the big question, why now?
And just reading this out loud here, I mean, it was notable. Across the 192 pages, there are a lot of references, disclaimers saying that the committee was not provided with the underlying sourcing, interviews, or supporting data for many of the assertions, or cannot independently verify the claims. Very interesting. So, it turns out that it seems to me that they're trying to distance themselves from the report, from the findings here. We do know CBS News can confirm that the author of the report, that is not mentioned, his name not mentioned in the report, is Democratic strategist Paul Rivera. Now, Rivera is a longtime ally of Ken Martin. During a phone call today, we also can confirm that Martin announced to other Democrats and DNC officials that Rivera is no longer working for the committee. But again, this is something that was expected, and Martin has been long hammered by his fellow Democrats for not releasing this report. He himself has said that this memo was not ready for prime time, not even close, and also apologized that this report had become a distraction in a Substack post. So why now? That is the big question. Ultimately, I think the pressure from within the party and externally was a major factor here. Reed.
Finn, I want to get your reaction to something that was just handed to me by way of some news. Former DNC Vice Chair David Hogg, who the world knows has survived an episode of gun violence and has worked very hard in the gun safety lobby, and then is the former DNC Vice Chair. He just issued, and I'll just read to it in part, and this sort of may take the temperature about how people in the DNC are feeling. In the months-long debate about even releasing the report, he calls it a demoralizing joke. He says it's clear that Chair Ken Martin has lost confidence of his staff, supporters, and most importantly, millions of Americans counting on the DNC to help Democrats win up and down the ballot in 2028.
He beliefs and strategies that counter against Martin's platform and agenda. So that's a rivalry, if you will, that's long standing there. But he does give voice to a growing criticism within the party about not only this report and sort of the circus around it, if you will, but other measures that have been criticized by Democrats, including the fundraising numbers by the DNC versus the RNC. The RNC, the Republican version of the Democratic Committee, has raised an enormous amount of money in comparison to the DNC that ended last cycle in deficit. They owed money, and so it's something to watch. We are a little under 200 days away, about 170 days away until the midterms. That's the next big tentpole here. Democratic overperformances in some of these key races, not only this year but last year, and there's a sense that they can really potentially take back the House and potentially the Senate. They feel they have a lot of momentum this cycle, and they are, I've been told by Democrats, they are irked and frustrated that this has become such a distraction when their focus should really be on gaining more seats and flipping the House and potentially the Senate come November.
All right, Ben Gomez, always great to talk to you.
All right, that was a nothing burger. Like, what's
all he talked about exactly what Matt was saying. Wasn't in it. Well, what's in it?
Well, I was able to look at it. It did mention Latinos and for a few key states, the trends as far as where Democrats lost or how they lost with Latinos, and just kind of hammering on the point that there needs to be more thought in that particular strategy.
He made us wait a year and a half for that.
I mean, that part's kind of crazy when we all.
Well, I mean,
the autopsy like a month.
I mean, it, like Matt said, when I was scrolling, because I found a link for it on PBS, it is 190 something pages. And the thing that I do appreciate, though, that nobody's mentioned, is that it's annotated in part. So there are blurbs where it will say, like, there's no evidence for this section. There was a section for an executive summary. There is an annotation that says this was not included in this draft. Like, there are annotations throughout the document in effort to show that, like, why, to give Ken Martin, I feel like, cover as to why it wasn't released, because it was a piece of shit. But in my opinion, given that it is a piece of shit, should have just kept it in the vault forever. Who gives a shit at this point?
Exactly.
Lock it up.
Like, what? And now they trying to say some fraud. What was that I heard about the fraud thing? Saying they want to investigate what? I thought he said that now they were going through and talking about wanting to investigate, like, something about voter fraud or some bullshit. I don't know. That was a mess. I should have listened to Matt.
I told you it was a waste of time. That stupid ass report was it was embarrassing, honestly, that they released it. But I understand why, because people were like, "You're hiding the report. How can you do that?" So I was like, "Okay, where's the report?" And now everyone's calling for him to be removed as the chair, which I actually think he should have never been elected. I think he should have been banned because it went clear from Wisconsin. He should have been part because he's actually a stronger candidate. He would be able to actually do wonders, like, for the party, but they wanted, Ken Martin. So this is what they get, I wasn't a Democrat after when he was elected. I registered like last. Wait, was I actually? No, I was a Democrat whenever he was elected. Yeah, because I was an independent like before last year. 2024.
So you did this so you can vote in the primary? Yeah.
I was just because I never cared about voting in the primaries. I just cared about the general. I was like, I just felt it was important to join the party and, try to make things happen. So I registered Democrat right before Kamala won, or would have won. She won.
So Matt can give us the latest on what's going on in California.
And that's Xavier, Javier Becerra is fucking pretty much supported now by Meta. Their super PAC is backing him in addition to Big Oil. So Big Oil Becerra is probably going to be the governor, which is disgusting to me. They're upset. I'm happy for the Latino representation about startup, but I don't really give a fuck about that when it comes to him being the way he is. I think it's worse than Newsom. So, Newsom scum. I don't really personally. I'm voting for Tom Steyer, but I don't think Tom Steyer's going to win. It sucks if Katie Porter, her Ozempic ass, and Matt Mahan would just drop out, and then Villaraigosa, we would probably be able to have a head-to-head between Steyer and Becerra, but fucking Karen Porter, and oldest fossil fuel Villaraigosa, and Matt Mahan, who needs to just go be an OnlyFans model or something, like, get out of politics, go.
Okay, what about LA?
Been surprised about the endorsement of Trump, so, or he's about to get one or two. And it's going to be a head-to-head between him and Bass, which sucks because I wanted India to be top two. But Spencer Pratt's getting too much support, and all the South Central LA niggas are supporting Karen Bass, which pisses me the fuck off to no fucking end. But they're supporting her, and I don't want her to be mayor again.
You think Bass is gonna win that?
Yes, she's gonna win, and I'm pissed. Budget issues in California. I mean, there's like a number of things that she's just completely fucking floundering. There's a lot of other issues that the city council needs to handle, but she's nippy, meaning not in my backyard. She's very much not for building affordable housing that will help our issues in California be resolved with the homelessness issue and also just affordability in general. And that's being able to afford. Most people don't own a home. It's just too expensive. So it's not all her fault. For just ran in 2018, he was building 7 million new homes and did not build like 300,000 of them. So it's a hard issue. It's a complicated issue, but locally you can do a lot in terms of sites and a lot of regulations, right? But there's a lot of stuff she could do, but is not going to. She veto a bill that would have more housing faster. I don't want her. Yeah, exactly. He did well. He's unhinged. He did well. Yeah, he's unhinged. He's like, he said to Media Mom that she'll get killed going downtown, that she'll get stabbed. He's very unhinged. He's psychotic. It's when he gave Chad Yako. You know that? The sheriff. He's running for correct, the Riverside sheriff. They're like they should be the same person. They're both psychotic. Like they're talking crazy, cussing, and that's not going to be up the moderators for asking questions. They're psychotic. That's what both of them are. So it's private mentally ill. He says he will be LA.
Share, that's the is Gavin still not Gavin? Grant Cordon? What's his name? Cordon?
No, he didn't qualify to be top. Well, he was running for governor. He didn't qualify. He didn't get his support.
What? How do you do it? What? He didn't get in. When you was gonna tell us that?
He didn't get enough ballots.
How many did he need? How far away was it?
I think he needs like 300,000.
Those shadow rooms you said?
The shade.
He was on IUP to get it back. With his homegirl Stormy. Yeah, it was Stormy. Stormy.
Oh, I remember that room. I wasn't in there, but I do remember hearing that Grant Cardone and Coach Stormy, was on the app talking about the frauds and stuff.
I just think it's funny that these people don't understand the state has fraud because next month there's a state auditor. There's going to be fraud. But they don't understand how much the role of the state audit. There's problems that are going to happen at the elections and like certifications. So like there's some people going to know the role of the Secretary of State. It's their job to handle these problems. These problems will happen. That's why swindle them. They're going to swindle the state out of this money. Reality, that's not true. Democrats actually do much better than Republicans and better than Republicans. They don't get crunk better than Republicans. Just history. But it's pretty domestic economy. Did Trump say anything more about the, his punch? He's claiming that it was like 100,000, mail out votes. No, I wasn't in here that day. Crazy.
Such a funny state to me. Have any of the girls actually gone to Michigan?
Yeah, I feel that for Huron and Detroit.
I'm trying to go next year to hang out with the fam.
You're ready to go hang out with the fam. You said you were going to essentially assault Kate.
I asked Tiana if that was real.
I was in the room when it happened. And he needs us. I'm not going to he actually for something else. He has like 3 issues.
We're in Donald Trump's era. We can call him a factory.
Yeah, all right.
Maybe he can afford GOP1. Should we donate?
I say, reclaim.
I think it's like a 2.5 milligram, like $299.
Reclaim did not.
We got the bypass.
We have better things to put our money towards, like edible arrangements to nice young ladies who, get with men that are, should be left alone, but they're doing their duty as a patriot.
I mean, for his own good though, he probably should get shit looking at you because he like breathes hard with like I actually think he might have like some sort of like pulmonary embolism if he's not careful. He needs assistance. Yes. Yes. Congestive heart failure. Yes. Given like I would be concerned that I could actually carry the guy because he's horrible. He said to me, not really I think it's actually disgusting thing she never said to someone. So I hope congestive heart failure is McDonald's digest tonight. Hear that alarm?
I heard that. This is the second time I've heard that on this day. That's
and I hope that the congestive heart failure. No, not into nacho cheese did. Remember her, nacho?
Yeah.
That's it. She's a horrible person. A racist white father who called us niggers. So, yeah, okay.
That's all. Well, what is going on?
Over there with a bag of deplorable. We're all friends. No, we're not. Some of us have standards.
Omari and myself came to PhD room. They're all
appealed to me.
What happened? I'm glad Brooklyn cussed that out. She ain't, y'all ain't Brooklyn. She'll explain what happened. She was one of the cases of the conversation. I'm sorry.
So,
On her attention. I came on the stage and said, that's not true.
so because I got it secondhand, I didn't know it was actually about Kate. I thought it was about Britt.
Yeah, but the straw that broke the camel's back was when Brooklyn got into it. Yes, exactly. That, Don let him grow first, whatever. He had the problem about King, but what broke the straw was creating this space is when he got into Brooklyn. He told Brooklyn he was going to take his ticket shot down through something. Yeah, he did say that.
Yep, he did it to both girls, and so that's when everybody who was over there left. Because that was all that pre-election coverage. It was all that pre-election in 2020. Was that 2024?
Yeah, it was Kamala, Kamala Harris for president.
Yeah, and because I want to say, like, everybody just stopped going to PhD's room. The Kamala headquarters opened, and then Politically Correct also opened, and y'all had it set out in shifts. And
So, Amari, with this new information, well, it's called a lot of friends.
but wait a minute.
You don't need to know what you're hearing say. Go ahead, say what you're going to say. No.
I was just going to say this, with this new information, it's a trip. It's a
Oh. Well,
Other people in Michigan live that used to be in that space live in Michigan. I live in Michigan too. I also know PhD. I actually know his mom as well. Just because.
Is she moved into?
His mom was from Michigan. Yeah. My mom, her family, and his pastor's family, they were really tight. Like,
Yep,
Roll across.
um,
I didn't know he was white.
that money he get the Holy Ghost running around. No, like speaking in tongues, like the fruits of the spirit, the Holy Ghost.
Talks to me. No. Okay, next.
Well, I feel like they politically correct.
Yeah, exactly. Be politically correct in regards to how you respond to that.
If it is
No. I want
the Michigan Gallery, so out in the Michigan Gallery, so I'll land there.
I'm putting people.
Shot right out of their clothes. Shot right out of their clothes. Men and women. What? Sorry if I say someone was a man. I felt really bad. Even looking back, the assistant pastor at my grandfather's church, he caught the Holy Ghost one day and like tumbled off the pulpit. Like I literally busted out laughing. I literally busted out laughing. And he could have really been hurt. Like literally.
It's like Emily Rose. Have you seen the possession of Emily Rose, the exorcism? Is it like that? When I'm on the beginning, like
I knew you was going to talk to me first. Like, don't give me a. I don't want to get nobody blasphemy. My
My cousin, her ex, he used to be an adjutant that used to like operate with them. So I've seen Kiki, been in the same places as her. Um, Technically, the seat of the district that Jane Drew took over is like very close to me. Okay. See, you know, I have to tell you, I've met the guy. You know, like, you know what the politics say about homosexuality. I was just like, the yeah, girl, but at least she was sweet to me. Oh no, like, her best friends, Claudia. Like I've seen her best friends. I know who she hangs with. That's her team. I know, and it's just like I got the Victoria, and they were like, they know homosexuality. When Reclaim said that, all I heard was that 50, I've called it a meme now, but when 50 Cent is talking about how he woke and Floyd was like, fuck T.I., fuck 50. And I said, fuck 50, what do you mean fuck me for? That's what I heard. But I say, yes, what do you mean fuck me for? But I do. Wow. It's a shame that Concrete wants to agree with that. You know, didn't the Lord say, love your neighbor as thyself? This is the first and greatest commandment. I'll take it. The book was edited in Nicaea. Yeah, the Council of Nicaea, honey. Yeah, Council of Nicaea. It is like pagan and routine worship the sun. Is why you guys have crosses in 19 directions. Y'all can look at this again for my version. I'm not going to call it word on that. No, not that. What you saw that. I didn't stop out this. Some of that. Yeah. Take place. Okay. That's not going to be. Anyway, yeah, the book was edited by Hagen for worshiping motherfucker. And all these different literally put Hagen anywhere. He's a homosexual white faggot. Fucked. And made me look at how homosexuality is back then based on class. So none of it can prove something that's wrong. It's just young white people and stuff that goes on in life's crazy. Worship is really not actually education. It's word homosexuality exists. Is what? 40, this is all nonsense. And to read the book of the year with just, I respect it. I'm going to get back to it. I'm a Jew, right? God
is real or God is not?
God. Yes, you never understand the education or reason to look it up. Right? You look
Well, Jesus is not the God.
I think Jesus was a beautiful mother. And how history is getting this nonsense that we have to think that's just our faith. And how you can actually find it. Jesus was like I said, Jesus was the king of all kings. And he learned from King God, source, universe, whatever you want to call it. Like how we all just know so. Like y'all learn this and we love each other, but we have to divide ourselves into these factions. We also make us hate other people simply because they're quote unquote homosexual, bisexual, pansexual, trans, or whatever. It's like all these different things have been around since the beginning of time. Like African American, they're such a gender example.
it's named after. Look at James is and was and how he still affects our fucking people. Yeah. He was a gay man, exactly.
I mean, I'm going to be clear though. I mean, homosexuality still is a plastic. You can always tell a wealthy black man versus a horrible.
But I'm just saying, like, this is ridiculous of how, like, people live.
Like to respond if I get a chance.
Oh, go ahead, Carl. I'm just saying that people are dumb. I just believe this issue is a book that because I think thought you were a slave, but.
So weird engagement. It's called.
Yeah, because you don't know what you're talking about.
The fallacy is it's the genetic fallacy. So you didn't want to be interrupted, sir. I would ask for.
I don't think you're nuts. No, it's not. You're so that's talk.
One reason why you're so defensive is because you know you have a weak point.
All you do is contrary.
I thought you were intellectual. I thought you were intellectual. Being as such and just defend your arguments. Instead of engaging in the histrionics, instead of engaging in the histrionics and the ad hoc,
I don't care.
try to structure a cogent defense.
And I'm bad. I'm really bad.
I am politically intending to have calling you out as being worse than me.
Yeah, I don't like it.
Shut up. Shut up.
It generates a remote job.
Who cares?
That's 5 hours.
Cares, man.
That's 5 people.
Cares, man.
Shut up.
I don't read it. Maybe you're a faggot. Read it.
Anyway,
So, don't start your own conversation.
listen, you can play the defense, right? You
No,
have this amygdala fight or flight. You can have a fight or flight response. That just says that you don't have a strong argument. You know you don't have a strong argument. You know your argument's full of shit, and everybody knows it. I'll let you keep going. You get it all out. I don't like how to stand here. You don't like it.
One second. Y'all entered this conversation. I would appreciate it if y'all would have. But didn't y'all ask him a question? I kind of thought that.
No, it's not. I just need to talk to Tiana. Concrete interrupts all conversation. It's room. Yes, yeah. He's overweight, black.
Okay. And if you keep on saying that, then you know he's gonna win.
I'll leave the response.
Listen, first lady, you know he's full of shit. He wanted to have a big and talk
apart.
Technically, people have up to 30 anuses. Anus-like sphincters.
Well, just anus-like.
30 anals! Every man and woman is a star in an anal world. Those are specific emojis.
I'm leaving my friends in the dust because I spent time on
Those are specific. Those are specific. Those are specific. Those are specific. They're specific.
Usually I just learn like shitty things about myself.
How about you just tell me what you want?
Yeah, I did yesterday.
Oh yeah?
I have done that too. I lost my shit.
How about you just tell me what you want? How about you just tell me what you want?
I was worried about your health.
Hold on a second, Yoni. I just asked how many sphincters are there in the human body, and Gemini says there are over 60 ring-shaped muscles called sphincters.
How about you just tell me what you want?
Okay, I was wrong.
So there you go.
I was half right.
You're on the way.
Yeah.
That's over 60 now.
Oh.
It sounds like they're still counting. Whose job is it to count the assholes?
Not all
long day counting assholes.
Not all sphincters are assholes, but all assholes.
We need a new jumbotron link here.
When I was young, I used to
Please don't call it a jumbotron. Oh my god.
I used to have a can of fish assholes. Did you guys ever have that?
Fish assholes?
Yeah, I don't know how much.
You ate them? You're saying you ate them?
Well, we never. No, I don't know.
Fish tripe?
I don't know what actually was in the can, but I think it was just like a joke label. And it was like kind of before. I was like a teenager, so yeah, put some effort into making a joke, a novelty can product. Anyway, it must have been regional.
When somebody said not all something have something,
Those are specific.
it reminds me, I saw a video my daughter sent me of somebody saying, not all pee-pees have poo-poo, but all poo-poos have pee-pee.
What?
So when you sit down to go pee, it can just be a pee, but you can't sit down and go poo and it just be a poo. There's always pee with a poo.
No, that's true, Rose. I didn't really know that until recently myself.
Yeah, you can't hold back your. Yeah,
that's right.
You can't hold back your bladder. You gotta defecate.
That's right. Most people don't. I mean, I don't know. Maybe just men don't know that, but it really is true.
I just never put two and two together.
And FYI, every vaginal birth, there's shit that happens.
Oh shit!
Ew.
And the labor and delivery nurses are so fast at it, even the mothers know she's shat.
It's impossible to push a baby through without it like clearing out of your colon at the same time.
You can't give birth without taking that shit.
Yeah, that's just no way.
I'm expecting a major influx of new people in the audience with our title change.
You know, have you ever puked in your own mouth and you swallow it again? It's so much fun.
Not swallow it.
Like you find something to drink just to chase it down with something.
No, spit it out. Yeah, spit it out.
Sometimes you can't though. You're like,
no, I don't think you can. Yeah, no, I've been there. It's not, I don't think it's really so much that, it's just a little, like acid reflux type thing, right? I mean, you don't really.
Yeah, it's a verb. I call those verbs. Verbs.
Yeah, verbs, yeah.
Vomit verbs. Man, I love the temperature change right before a storm rolls in. Fucking so awesome.
We'll have the leaves turn upside down on certain trees. It's about to rain. There are many indicators.
The birds stop singing because they go, and you know what? I just watched a video.
Now these birds are singing crazy. They're all fucking going nuts. Wow. Flying around. It's dark.
Just tell me what you want.
The gloomy clouds are running in. The wind's picking up. The temperature drops.
Well, birds that get in your yard, though, what they do is they end up sorting out where they're going to camp out when storms hit or when it's raining. So they literally already have their hiding spots. That's why when you look outside in the pouring rain, you often can't see birds. And they also find spots where if they die, they're going to die there. Like, millions of birds die every day, but you don't really see dead birds on the ground because they find these little bushes and crannies and stuff. I really like birds, so I watch a lot of fucking content about them.
They'll crawl into bushes and die.
Yep. That's what I want to do. I don't want to die in a hospital someplace, and I want to write my own ticket when it's the end of my days. In Oregon, we can do the death with dignity thing, so I absolutely do not want to. I want to do what I would consider the honorable thing and sign off when it's time. Speaking of signing off, I have to go set up the lullaby room for the evening. But
So here's another tidbit that David just brought up, that in every blue state, and including the purple state, Wyoming, you have a right to die. And so if a doctor tells you you have 6 months left to live, you can ask to be put down. So we do have right to die, but it's in the blue states and Wyoming.
They won't even let you die.
Red states want to make money on your passing. I mean, that's basically it. Like, it's a huge moneymaker, all this lengthy extended care while you suffer in your bank account. You know, they get to drain that shit.
Oh, there's a good way to do it. You gotta get like industrial size tank of carbon monoxide, and you can make a pretty good mask. And then that's the best way to do it. You actually look really healthy when you get discovered after when carbon monoxide even more than oxygen. It seems like this real flat, kind of healthy look on your cheeks.
You can buy cyanide online. It's common. Or it's using the big gold. If you wanted to kill yourself, you can just order some cyanide.
Gas for welding is less painful than even carbon monoxide.
Really?
Oh yeah, it's a lot like dying by helium. You basically just gotta get high.
The danger is if you fuck up and then you end up in a worse condition.
See, that's the danger.
Trying to escape from, right? I actually have a long explanation of how I'm a avant-garde classical composer. He's not classical, just whatever the fuck you call these.
It's not Chris Corda. Is it the EDM guy from?
They don't want to talk how a person grew up, their influence in statements that they've said, racism, different aspects of culture that people say is irrelevant to the conversation, and you only want to talk about that. If you don't want to actually talk about the people involved in the historical people, their lives and who they are as people, and not just the information, because information on paper has an author behind it, and they have a life.
Okay. Yeah.
So if you're not willing to do that, then
brother, for sure. Look, and this is so anybody can go back and listen to it, and
it's on replay.
Talking about KKK as though it was a racist in the last 12 hours. That has not happened. So, I'm bringing you up, but for you to say that in a room like that was really, really messed up. I'm on replay in the last rooms that I've been in, and I have not said anything about KKK. The only thing that they have, I don't know what that means.
You did.
Foreign. What was the room title? What was the room title? Don't just make an accusation on somebody. What was the room title?
Let me go to it. Let me go to what I
go to it and then
because you definitely said it and you said it today.
Lauren, I said KKK because I was trying to speak.
Andrew. Okay.
It's not KKK. Oh, hold on. Let me just point out Yahoo Chat. Chizot, everybody listen to what she's saying right now.
I'm sure many people heard you.
I heard you today, Andrew. I don't think that was a coincidence, you know what I'm saying? Because then we got other people saying.
Like, why would you even say that? Why would you even think that was okay to say?
Stop. Let me just respond to how dumb this is. But this is projection at its finest. I was in another room just now before. Hold on. I was in a room just before this room, and people were talking, and I was trying to get the mic back. I'm like, K. When I said that, they said, see,
Andrew.
That is the dumb.
Really?
No, Charles. Supremely stupid.
Why would you say KKK? Why?
Foreign.
The person you.
I'm answering you. The founder of the room said KK. Was he close? Clip hear about all that. What I'm saying is that to say that because I said KK, hear about all that. What I'm saying is that to say that because I said KKK, therefore I'm talking about the KKK.
You did not say, Andrew, but you did not say okay. You said KKK, which is something.
Lauren, you said that I was in a room and that I was talking about the KKK.
Was you not in a room last night?
Lauren, I was in a room.
Exactly.
I was even Lauren. Oh, exactly. Oh, you're in a room. Exactly. I'm in a room that doesn't talking about the KKK. Don't go into
You said earlier. You just said it today too.
Lauren, I cannot believe how stupid you would have to
be. I cannot believe how ignorant
let me finish you. I'm not, and I'm not. We're talking to me way too much. The fact is that I'm in a room. I said KKK, which I say that a lot. If it's just me doing a tick and speaking, I'm not talking about the KKK. That is absolutely Down syndrome level. For you to say has anything to do, to think that has anything to do with racism. I'm sorry, but that's extremely offensive. That is unbelievably stupid to say something like that. And then beyond that, you said I was in the other room. Not that I said KKK, but that I was talking about the KKK. So what I would like you to do, Foreign, if you're a person of integrity, why don't you pull the clip since you said I was talking.
If anything, you're going to say okay.
You said I was talking about
No, you know
KKK.
And then the fact that you're sitting up here and trying to say that you said okay.
I think your IQ is so low.
I mean, Andrew,
Charles, I'm not going to have somebody call me a racist. Hey, knock it off.
You gotta have more awareness than that, brother.
Moving people down if you guys don't knock it off.
This chick is
You brought me up.
Hey, hold on. Stop talking. I'm far too lenient to you guys to let you guys come up here and call me a racist because I said KKK in a room. That is the most retarded thing that I have heard. I did not say things against black people are lesser than white people. Blah, blah, blah. Meanwhile, you're sitting there. This is the irony, Foreign. In the same breath, you're like, it's always been about skin color.
Has it not? Be honest with yourself.
And then say KKK. And then say I. And then say I was. Hey, Foreign.
Have it not? Answer that question.
I don't know what you're talking about right now.
Has it always been about skin color?
It has always been about skin color. No, I don't care about skin color. Absolutely. I didn't move you down. That was probably Caleb. But just so you know, you coming into a room where I'm trying to have a sincere conversation with a bunch of people of color and saying something like I said something racist in another room that was recorded in the last 24 hours. He was talking about the KKK. Not saying KKK. I was talking about the KKK.
You just know you were saying okay. Who says 3 Ks?
I said that I was, if
I would have said okay, you wouldn't be saying that. But because I said KKK, you said that, oh, that's saying KKK. That's so unbelievably stupid.
You said money.
You know, I've got love for
I'll send you love.
I appreciate you coming into a room and saying,
I
get this
just like
cracker
send you
artist
cash
off the
up.
stage. Don't Yahoo job. Let's try to get to the bottom of this, okay? Quit calling me racist in other words. Quit doing all this nonsense that y'all been doing. Stop doing that. I'm willing to let you guys.
Let me say this real quick.
You know.
If you black and you in this man room about African American Israelites, get out of here.
Here's what happens when you have mods on. You go, mute your weak mic, and you stop me and you mute me and you do all that stuff. But I let you guys come over. I'm an absolute pushover for you guys. You guys come up here and mistreat me and overtalk me over and over. So don't sit there and act like I'm the racist with you guys. I have been unbelievably passive and very, very generous to you guys. As far as letting you on stage and letting you speak. So I'm tired of
That's true.
putting me in another room.
But you're not aggressive.
This is what I'm talking about, Andrew. This is what.
So what does that have to do? Shut the fuck up.
Hold on. I'm going to mute everybody. Hold on. There's people up here that hate
For him to give these insurrectionists money,
That's
black people built America. Put them off the stage.
Put him off the stage. I'm going to have to move you down to the way.
Stop.
Because
Okay, hold
on, real quick. Let's just keep it serious. Let's keep it cool. No, I'm not being. Fish is hard to your name. Yahoo Chazal. I have not moved anybody.
The fuck?
Somebody, Caleb, moved one person down because he doesn't want the crazy stuff, whatever. But here's the thing. I want to hear your open case, or I want to hear you make your case as to why you think that African Americans are Israelites. Please, will you make your case? And I'll let you go as long as you want to. Just, well, preferably not too long, but
my case is very simple. You go to Genesis chapter, progressive gene, right? He said that he's on. I don't remember his name, but you go a little further, according to the biblical narrative, you'll see that Yefet is the progenitor of those people that call themselves white, right? The issue is, here's the issue, and that's Yefet, right? That was one of the brothers that was Shem, Ham, and Yefet. Now, the only way, if Noah is black, the first man is black, and then Noah is black, and his three sons are black.
How do you know
that? The Bible is only if you believe in the Bible. If you go look at the word Adam, and you go look at the soil that is over there, it's called Terea Rosa. It's a dark red there, but I want to give context, and we're going to bring it all together. Is that they said that when the Messiah, the Creator, when he showed up to Cain and said, "Where's your brother?" He was stricken with fear and he turned white. Right? We know that the biblical narrative.
This shit is gold.
Says that a sign was put upon Cain. A sign was put upon Cain. That's that same word that's used in the Hebrew text. It's also used. That's that sign when Moses put his hand in his bosom and pulled it out, and it was white as snow. If it's white as snow, that means the lack thereof of melanin, right? So you have Cain going to the land of Nod. You have Cain going to the land of Nod, and if you study the research, you study the Sumerians, the Sumer people, right? That's where you get the Anunnaki and all that, those so on and so forth. So you have
Anunnaki,
the lineage of Cain becoming white. Now, the only way for Yefet, being a melanated person, to progenerate, so forth, the race of Europe, he married a woman from the land of Nod, and there's some historical stuff out there about that. So you get white people from the lineage of Yefet. Now, what has happened with the argument you're bringing up is you're bringing up a one superiority in which you project this manifest destiny. I am positioned to tell everybody interested that Europeans won't talk about their history, but they will go and look to everybody else's culture to say who they are, and then as it being in the movie space, and then we'll play their roles and say we're them because it is an insecurity. It's a deep-seated insecurity thereof, not just for the lack of not having melanin, but the lack thereof. Go to Genesis chapter 9. This is my point. Is it said, Baruch, or blessed be Yahuwah, the Elohim of Shem, right? He's not the Elohim of Ham. He's not the Elohim of Yefet. So Yefet has his own Greek gods. Ham has his own gods, right? Shem being therefore, those of the Negro race and so on and so forth. You have them being connected to Yahuwah, right? So what happens is the devil has used Yefet and Ham. So the argument is coming from a perspective of insecurity. Because we need to talk about where you're from, who you got your research from, right? Because once again, if we're going to have a real conversation, let's just not talk about the history book. There's a publisher. There's a publisher that wrote that book. And we got to look into what's the history of this publishing company. Where did they come from?
Oh my God! Right? King James Bible, KJV.
Let's not act like
shit.
The history just shows up in 2026. You can go on ChatGPT.
Oh my God!
All these other things. There is history, just like the University of Gothenburg is in Germany. It's one of the biggest universities to output some of the biggest intellectual races that has walked the face. He was the one that said that studied the Negro head and said, you know what, their head is shaped different. Then it was going back to the 4th century. It was the Talmud and the rabbi writers who said, you know what, they were cursed with black skin. So it's so much effort. Now I know, and there's people that rightfully so, if you understand where they're coming from, rightfully so, who got some really crazy things are not moving. And one of the things they do very quickly, which sounds like you're doing, Andrew, is won't acknowledge the fact that if you talk about a historian of this, or it came from this era, this, I don't recognize this, because this right here is correct. So you want us to believe a racist historian, because you got your information from somewhere, because you've been living in 2026 and the world's been going on for a while. So I would say you don't possess the truth. Okay. Because the truth is Yahushua, the Messiah. And so if you don't trust in him, and he's not a white man, right? He's not a blue-eyed, blind-haired person, right? He's a melanated, and he's back in the day, a Negro, whatever you want to say. So the issue is, what you're going to do is spit a whole bunch of stuff about racist information that you got from people who were part of the era of oppressing people, right? So we got to have a real conversation. You're ready to have a real conversation. The real conversation is, if I take away all those sources that you're going to quote, what do you have left?
Okay. Well, let's see. Let's try to open that conversation. I wanted you to have an opening there, so Mark could kind of see where you're coming from, and we just have a dialogue and let's keep this. We don't have to. Hopefully, the submissions won't be that long. They can be, but notice, I try to let you finish, Yahoo, and I want to be fair. Please, people, do not interrupt. Mark, what do you say to what you heard?
I just want the ball, Nick.
Hold on, Jacob. Bro, moving down. Mark, what do you say?
I don't care about you moving me down. We're talking about you.
Might be a piece be upon you. Mark, what do you think about
I don't believe it. I think there's ancient legends aren't true. The biblical patriarchs who he's tracing lines of descent from of modern people groups probably didn't exist. The right way to understand population level genealogy is not through staring at individual word choices in the Bible. It's to look at the field of population genetics, and more specifically, the field of ancient DNA. Based on the latter part of what he said, it's all of that, because modern research into ancient DNA is carried out at prestigious universities, which is going to say have racist histories, and therefore can just be totally dismissed, or so I interpreted it. I'm obviously not going to agree that you can just dismiss any research finding you want
as long as it came from a university that was racist, however many decades ago.
Well, I want you to address my first point is that I told you about the Penn State. So if you want to say, I can bring up some universities that are very high prestigious that done studies, DNA. You want to bring up DNA about how Europeans have regressive DNA. So let's talk about that because here's the thing: we have to talk about if you believe that you have a forefather and he has a forefather and so on and so forth, and you are the author to say, because if you're saying somebody else is wrong, that means you're saying that what you have, the information you have, Mark, is right. So if you're saying you're right, then why is it that when we talk about a lineage of people who have progressive DNA, but always in the position of power to tell people, like what I told you about psychology-wise, when a person feels marginalizing other people, because they felt inferior. Let's talk about European history. The empire of Mali, right? We go back to Portugal. Let's not start with America. No, let's go to Portugal. Let's see how Europeans interacted with and Portuguese and Spanish interacted with those of African descent. We will see, because I got receipts. We will see the craftiness in order to position themselves in a position of power because of the inferiority conflict. It's over and over again. It repeats itself over and over again. Not just the transatlantic slave trade. It goes to beyond that. There's multiple receipts. So if you're not going to deal with that part of history, we're going to say, oh, you're this or that. No, deal with this part of history. Deal with the part of history where the receipts say that Europeans have always positioned themselves to try to gain a position of power over.
Man,
why don't y'all put us in my room, man? I got a bill that I'm trying to pass through for legislation for blacks.
Governor, don't do that.
Go ahead, Mark.
Well, first of all, I suspect you don't mean regressive genes, you mean recessive. Yeah, everyone on Earth, including you and me and everyone else in this room, has recessive genes. Everyone has tens of thousands of genes in their genome, and at least one of them in each of our genomes is going to be recessive. And recessive doesn't by any means mean inferior. In fact, there are many there are many recessive genes that are actively beneficial. And if you want me to compile a list of them, I could do so. But I'll have to go off tonight. The rest of what you just said is just like psychological projection onto the entire race of Europeans. How they're inferior. They feel inferior because their genes are recessive or something. But everyone has recessive genes, and B, they were conquering the world before anyone knew anything about anyone knew anything about genes in general, and C, recessiveness doesn't equal inferior in any sense.
Well, I think you missed the argument. Is once again, I told you, you talked about, you quoted, and you said prestigious universities and all this stuff. I just talked to you about Penn State. I believe his last name is Kong, but he did the research and he said the regressive. When I say recessive, meaning that like you have the dominant and you have recessive, right? So what I'm talking about is that the aspect of the skin per se, when he studied the zebrafish, he said that between the Negro and the European, right, you can clearly see that not just physicality, but also in other aspects. That's not because of us, that's because of how Yahuwah made the situation and how he created. So let's not be, and there's plenty of evidence about that. So what that means is that once again, psychology, you have to talk about the psychology perspective of it. Because all these institutions that people want to quote, right, don't allow other thought and other counter thought to exist in that space. And so how are you going to actually how are you going to actually have great academic work when it is the one-sided? They won't let somebody from this nation or this nation or this nation examine it. It's no, because we own the historical societies. You want to go into that? You want to go and see and pull up the chart of, let's see how much money, who is owning and funding the historical societies? No, we just want to talk about the research. We just want to talk about the research. Yeah, but you don't want to talk about the Rockefeller Foundation owning the historical society and this big family foundation, these billionaires owning the historical society to get knowledge and information as they want it. But you want to quote these guys? So we have to be real about what's actually happening. And so I'm not interested in a person from, because that's disrespectful. That's like we're going to go to China and then we're going to tell this person that has their culture, we're going to tell them who they're not and what they should be. That, Andrew, because I would caution you to actually tell you that same mechanism that you may move in, even though you may see and hear things that you don't like, right, from other people, from Black folks, that same mechanism was the same mechanism that will go to the Native Americans and say, you know what, we don't like your tongue. Matter of fact, you should speak our language because let's civilize you because you're not according to our standard and we are the standard. That's what you're saying. That's exactly that's kind of what I hear. That's what I hear Mark saying. It's basically, I am the position of authority. I am not here to negotiate with you about what history is because I am the author and my people are the author of it. So I'm here to tell you that you should be in subjection to my authority and be subjection. And what happens is when you start, the intellectual part started first. And then when Negroes and those of Shem were not listening to that, then the violence starts. Because the craftiness starts to use all these words and to say you're this and to prove it and to put this big smoke screen out. And then when somebody's not listening, guess what happens? The violence. So now we're going to punish you to make sure we take your tongue. We're going to punish you to make sure that you listen to our historical accounts of what we're saying. So that's the real conversation that we're having right now.
Just the money.
Well, that man cooking your ass, Andrew.
Do you read books or are you just a money vacuum? Do you have a soul? Do you have a soul?
I think for what you have to say
Do you have a soul or a brain?
Again, to say that Europeans have recessive genes.
Do you read books or just a money vacuum? Do you have a soul or a brain?
And again, having recessive genes, having some genes that are recessive,
That's
does not make you inferior in any way. And you have to beg that are really good, and that you would want to copy them.
Oh, no wonder why you have to beg for money.
And having a recessive gene doesn't explain anything about
Are you in Chicago?
European power historically, because
Are you in Chicago? No wonder why you have to beg for money. Are you in Chicago?
But to your main point, like, I think you're just asserting that there's this like conspiracy among academics to keep out, the voices of people who disagree with you. Like, it seems like you're saying all these academics are coming to a conclusion that I don't like, and the only and that I disagree with, and that the only possible explanation is that they're wrong and keeping people like dissenters like me out. I don't think that's the explanation. I think the explanation for why they've come to the conclusion that they've done is that the overwhelming force, for lack of a better term, of the evidence points in the direction of the current mainstream position, and that there's virtually no, say, genetic evidence.
Are you nearby? We're gonna get to the bottom of this right now.
If you're scrolling right now and you see me, meet the tiny strawberry. Meet the tiny strawberry with huge flavor. These teeny tiny strawberries are sweet and creamy with a super intense strawberry taste. And the smell, deep.
Did you know that one library's 36. You feel it now, you start. Over time and historical time, the skin and the melanin change, and he completely obliterated that notion because that's a false. That was another false context there. So
what did he also? What did he refute? I didn't quite catch it.
He refuted the notion that that people got their skin color from their location. He refuted that just because I live in Antarctica, and I'm away from the sun, all of a sudden I'm going to turn white. You know what I'm saying? Like that's a myth, right? Like that's a myth, and he obliterated that. So the interesting thing that you do, Mark, and this is exactly what I'm saying, you really prove my point, is because when I get specific on the point you just talked about, how if I hear this right, you just said that the people that's lives are lower, they don't have actually evidence that could actually sway the narrative because in its overwhelming majority that they're just correct, right? But then I just quoted you this study, and you're not attacking it, you're not even acknowledging it, and you're moving the goalposts, but you're also projecting that what I'm saying is it doesn't make any sense. But when I get into details of what it is, you don't address it. You don't address the fact that, and you move the goalposts to say that everybody has an overwhelming majority that the Negro, those of Shem, have dominant genes over. That same thinking that you're thinking is like the person that says, well, we have all the patents. We have all the patents, right? We have all the patents. But guess who?
Even Brandon, it was so.
Okay, well, first of all, until now, all you said about that study that I can remember, we can ask other people in the room to see if they can remember anything else. Before that, latest salvo that you just spoke, the only thing you said is that there was a study from UPenn saying that Europeans have recessive genes. And from that, you opined this story about how it made them feel inferior, yada, yada, yada. And I addressed that point. I addressed perfectly. So what? Everyone has recessive genes. It doesn't have anything to do at all with inferiority. It doesn't explain anything. It has nothing to do with what we're talking about. It doesn't tell us anything about the unreliability of biblical genealogy in comparison with the modern genealogical consensus. Now you're saying something else. You're adding more. You're adding more.
You didn't really relate it back. You did because I said specifically. I talked about the
Yahoo! I just want to point out, brother, you're the first person to interrupt. So you don't like what he's saying. He may not like what you're saying, but he didn't interrupt you. Notice who the first person to interrupt was. It was you. I just want to note that. Let's flag that. But go ahead.
And I agree that I did interrupt him because he missed.
So you're making up a reason. He can make up a reason to interrupt you. Notice that.
Mr. Mayor, City Council in Chicago, good morning, and thank you so much for this amazing opportunity to raise the people's voices heard. My name is Baron Bailey, and I'm the Republican nominee for governor of the state of Illinois. Now, I'm not originally from Chicago, but I've recently moved here because this is where I want to be. The only way to get what's in my heart to this city, for this city, to the people of this city, is to be present.
Interruptions, or would you rather not?
No, I don't want any interruptions. Okay. Unless it's like interrupting to ask for clarification on something someone said, or asking someone to repeat something.
Okay.
That they didn't.
Okay. Let's just keep it like that. Yahoo! If we can, brother. Okay, go ahead and finish, Mark.
Okay, so you're adding. The last thing you said, you added something else. You said something about how the study shows not just that Europeans have recessive genes, whatever that means, because you didn't really clarify, because there's all sorts of genes that could be recessive, governing all sorts of different phenotypes. I mean, presumably you have skin color in mind. You said how this study or author or something, I didn't even quite catch the name, Khan or something, showed that something about how like altitude doesn't automatically translate. You know, living at a high latitude, like some northern climate, doesn't automatically translate to evolving light skin, and living near the equator, I guess, doesn't automatically translate towards evolving dark skin. Well, I don't know if that's true or not, but the evolution of European skin, like European light skin, maybe not like Eskimo light skin or something, but European light skin has somewhere in the last 5,000 to 8,000 years. And I can easily come up probably more recent studies published in more prestigious journals 1,000 years. Before that, they were darker.
Perfect, smart, huh? Talked about if you go into the Talmud and you research about the legend Curse of Ham, it got down to the hair, her nose, so on and so forth, right? And this was part of the dominant features in which we were given, right? So when you say this, he literally went in the professor, we're talking about science, and said, hey, this is one aspect of it. But when we talk about it, because the whole history of what you said, the consensus has been that this has been an evolution, and before that they were darker. Like before that they were darker. No. Like do you know why that's a lie? Because people want to do this thing with science where they want to talk about this big picture, but they don't want to actually observe what's actually happening right now. And that's lunacy, right? Because you can see the aspect of like Negroes or black people making they actually just had a situation where as far as like a European or pale person, right? Like, so here's the thing, is like we don't want to actually look at the things that are happening right now. And once again, we can talk all these prestigious words, but you had a father, you had a mother, and they instilled or didn't instill values, information, their worldview to you, right? So that's the same thing with the professor. The professor is not just this genius that comes up with all this grand research. I want to deal into that conversation.
Okay, bye.
Who are these people? Wouldn't you want to know if a person is telling you, if you believe in science, wouldn't you want to know that this person does not have a worldview, that they are viewing from a traumatic perspective, and the things that they are saying are not just research. That's the thing that Europeans like to do. It's like, whoa, it's just research. But you don't understand that this person actually has a life. Right? They actually grew up, they were actually a child first, and they were a baby, and they grew up. So the issue is, once again, the point I'm gonna land on this, is that we're talking about the recessiveness of Europeans, and literally in the text is explained perfectly by Yehuda. He says, and I know you say you don't believe in the Bible or whatever, but it's explained because it says that Yefet will dwell in the tents of Shem, and that Elohim will. It said enlarge in one thing, but when you look at that word, it means that he will entice. We look at that definition, it said he will entice. Yefet, right? So here's the thing, is that white people and Europeans and those from Yefet have been enticed to how would you say? It's an entice to test your heart, right? And the heart test, y'all have failed. And y'all have failed because you persecuted your brother, you've oppressed your brother, you murdered your brother like Cain, right? Just in the history of America. So you want to tell me, you want to sit here and tell me that the same people that are a part of the historical society are the same people that justified exterminating the Native Americans, that are exterminating and bringing people over ships. You want to erase that point. That's the issue that we have when we have these conversations, is you want to minimize that point and then get to your grand manifesto. But here's the thing, is that we're not going to listen. The reason why we're not going to listen is because if you can't be genuine enough to recognize that historical societies and the people that have published this information have been at the heart. I'm not talking about theory or conspiracy. I'm talking about quotes. I'm talking about some of the biggest. Do you know some of the biggest people that were in the South and some of the Confederate? They hired scientists. They hired scientists, and I have a list of them. They have scientists, some of the quote unquote greatest minds to help them justify what they were doing. And you want to say, you don't want to look at the foundation, but want to say this science manifesto of what the world has accepted. Well, this is why the world is in this chaos, is because it's people like that that want to go with what the world is saying and why the world is like that. Because when that little voice over there is saying, hey, you know, that's wrong. It's not always the majority, you know what I'm saying? That's how you're gonna measure it. Are you gonna measure your life on the majority of people saying something? You're gonna risk your life and salvation off the majority of people saying that? If you do, then hey.
Well, so I posted in the chat a link to a recent breakthrough paper from just a few months. It was just published just a few months ago in Nature, which is essentially the most prestigious scientific journal in America, if not the world, demonstrating that, based on digging up ancient bodies and sequencing their DNA, that genes for skin color, among many, many, many other traits, have been under heavy selection pressure over the last few thousand years. You can post your study. In fact, I would like to see what study you have in mind. I'd appreciate if you looked it up and posted a link in the chat. I'm guessing you're probably distorting it in some way. But I mean, even if not, I think research like this, and this is just like the tip of the iceberg. There's a ton of studies like this. This is just like a recent one that came across my feed when it was published a few months ago. The overwhelming majority of modern ancient genetics papers studying this issue are going to talk about how light skin evolved over the course of the last 1,000 years. So why don't you actually with the science of the science and look at this paper? And again, I encourage you to post your paper and I'll take a look at it and I'll see if it actually says what you say it says, as opposed to something completely different. Also, it's not
His name is Kenneth Kong. His name is Kenneth Kong with Penn State University. And look at this.
How do you spell Kong?
Audience. He invited me back up. I'm letting you know. See, Andrew?
It's okay. It's okay. Jacob's kind of crazy. He'll just interrupt. So let's let Mark and Yahoo.
I'm gonna queue after Jacob.
So I
a lot of information about
good time.
Right?
help me find it.
No.
You're the one who interrupted me.
What I'm saying is, you formed this.
You're the one who interrupted me.
What I'm saying is, you formed this tone.
You've mentioned to me.
He's not subject to a subordinate on a conference call.
That's why I say you're a liar.
Oh my God.
It's because I said my whole argument about America and about the historical society, and you mentioned not one word about it. So that shows me that you have no integrity. As mentioned not one word about it. So that shows me that you have no integrity as who the people are that present this bill, because you're not able to
Shit, they can't build together.
Like you do know that history does not just show up in a textbook. There is a society. There is people that have to fund the institute. There is people that have to gather researchers. There is people that have to and who are those people? Question their integrity. And I've done the research to see that when some of the biggest prestigious quote unquote people, that when I look at the money, you follow the money. Right? This is not conspiracy. You don't like it doesn't have there is a person that has to write a check to that institute. That's not a conspiracy. If the name says this family that has a lot of other connections to historical research, then we're not going to be able to talk because I'm not going to agree with people whose integrity is in question.
Oh my God, he's got to question his integrity.
Penn State, or maybe, I don't know, Kenneth Kong, Penn State, skin color.
Yeah, Penn State, and K-O-N-G, is that how we're spelling Kong? K-O-N-G? Is that how we're spelling Kong, Yahoo?
Hello?
Let me pull it up.
Okay. Because what I see is Kenneth C.C. Kong, also referred to as K.C.C. Kong, or Kenneth Kong. He's a linguist and researcher known for his work in discourse analysis, professional communication, multimodal discourse, politeness, and related fields. But he's not with Penn State.
Yeah, not with Penn State. I mean, there are people on LinkedIn named Kenneth Kong.
Yeah. Let me see if I can find it right now. Did they do?
Kenneth Kong is a great porn name.
Sorry. It was. No, he had a study. It was with the first name. His last name is Kong. K-O-N-G, right? And
now if you got the name,
Zebrafish Experiment.
Who's the? Okay, so it's not Kenneth Kong. Now, did you just call Mark a liar just a second ago, Yahoo?
Yeah, I did.
Okay, where did he lie?
He lied because he continues to propagate people that are bigots.
I typed in Kenneth Kong Zebrafish Experiment, and I still don't see anything relevant.
No. Type in zebrafish experiment.
Zebrafish experimentation.
Yeah. Let me go on YouTube. Right? He has a video. He has multiple videos speaking. Here's it right here. Let me see.
Saying he's affiliated.
Yes, I believe so.
Okay, I can't find anyone named Kenneth Kong affiliated with Penn State.
Or Kong. He's saying he's changing the Kenneth. Okay, here it is. Here's what it is. I think I found it. So it's Penn State College of Medicine Zebrafish Functional Genomics Facility.
No, it's Keep Kong. Sorry, it's spelled. They spelled it. It's
That I couldn't find it. You called me a liar.
Yeah, that's crazy. That's just crazy.
No. So here's the thing. Is let's not do that, Mark, because you by fact, and I'm saying this emphatically, is because if somebody tells you, right, let's back up. Let's rewind that, right? You can say, yes, I got his name wrong. I spelled it wrong. Okay.
Massively wrong. It's Keith Chang.
It's Keith Chang.
Yeah, it's C-H. Yeah, stop. Hold on just a second. It's Penn State College. Yahoo, you should apologize for calling him a liar, but Keith Chang.
No, I'm not apologizing.
Yeah, that's insane. Lies when you tell us. Hold on, real quick, Yahoo. So hold on. Mark, hold on just a second. Mark, it's Dr. Keith, C-H-E-N-G, and it's the skin pigmentation research at Penn State. But I just want to say this to Yahoo. A lie is when you say something to somebody that you know is false. Where did Mark lie?
Mark lied because he said he's propagating that the people that the historical societies and all the people that the scientists say that these things are right, and he's saying that these things are correct. And that's why I'm calling him a liar.
Doesn't mean he's a liar. He could just be wrong. Do you understand the difference?
No. The reason why I went to say lie and not to say he's wrong, because wrong is getting something wrong. But to be a liar is that, how would you say?
Oh boy.
For him, in the psychology wise, I literally talked about the historical societies. If you want to do a research on that, you want to do that right now while we're on the phone?
You said he lied, brother. Where did he lie? Point out the lie.
Point out the lies because he agrees with.
That doesn't mean he's a liar. Doesn't mean he's a liar.
So what's the truth?
Somebody else might be this make no sense.
No, hold on, Don. I just want to clarify.
Andrew, what's the truth?
No, it's not a matter of that. You don't understand.
If you
listen to what I'm saying, brother, if I went to you and told you 2 + 2 = 5, and the reason I said that is because somebody taught me 2 + 2 = 5, I didn't lie to you. Okay?
Okay,
Lying is when
bye.
you say something and you know it's false, and it's very disparaging on somebody to say that. You shouldn't say that about Mark. He's not lying to you. He could be wrong, but he's not lying to you. So that's like not a cool thing to say. That's all I'm saying. It's not a biblical thing to say either. By the way, you're doing a false accusation. He's not lying.
No. Look, if you so let's say like
it has to be knowing.
Let's use your example, Andrew. If Hitler is saying, hey, these people, or person is saying these people are inferior, and this and that, and this person, because they were taught that, goes out and tells people that this is true.
Jolene.
Are they
Jolene.
If he believes that it's true, no, he's not
Jolene.
lying. No, it's fine. I just don't like that, Mark. I just don't like that somebody says that, Mark, because I don't like it. It happens to me all the time. And when I see that happening, I call it out. And he's calling you a liar. You're not a liar. You didn't lie. Even if you're wrong, you can be 100% wrong about everything you're saying right now. You're not lying.
It's fine. It's too ridiculous. It's too ridiculous an accusation for me to feel the need to address.
Okay, well, I'll just say,
understand that.
It's going to know better.
Well, where you put your faith in. I understand you put your faith in these people are God's to you. I understand that.
I'm trying to address your point, but again, you're being incredibly evasive in terms of reference. Like, to address your point involves what you say is a specific finding by a prestigious scientist at a well-reviewed institution. I'm trying to find this finding, and you're being incredibly obstinate. Like, you're giving me, like, this paper that I found so far, like skin color and tissue units impacts on science and society. It doesn't say what you said it said. It's pointless because you're not going to substantiate
because I had a whole thing that I said
about. You're just going to waste everyone's time. You're not going to substantiate your scientific claims.
If you are a hate-filled person, you are a hate-filled person.
No, I'm not a hate-filled person. I haven't called you a liar.
You're a hate-filled person.
No, I'm not a hate-filled person. I haven't called you a liar.
You're a hate-filled person.
No, you're a hateful person.
The reason why about what they think. They only care about what they think. They only care about what they can say. I can write down scientifically and what I can prove, and this is the God. And that's the same reasoning behind people that exterminate people. And you actually proved my point. So we don't have to go any further, but you proved my point because your silence we should wipe these people out, right? We should wipe them out because the whole consensus at that time was these people are inferior scientifically. That's what the University of Gothenburg says out of Germany, which they publish these things. That's what one of the prestigious universities of some of the greatest white men said. So I'm not with that because everybody says it in history at this time that's correct. Because what do we wait? What do we wait till everybody's exterminated and say, oh man, we made a mistake? No, I don't agree because science is not God. Science is not Elohim. Science is just a person trying to figure out what was already there. But the Creator done created everything. So it's very foolish. It's very foolish of a person to try to do that. But it just shows me I don't need to see no more. I don't need to hear no more. As you don't even want to talk about it. So how I'm going to agree with a person who, that's like saying somebody talk about this study. I got this brand new study. And this same person that did all this madness to your family ain't gonna talk about I got this brand. Do you think I'm talking about you personally? If somebody did something to your family, Mark, and then came and said, I had experience from the same man all the are you
making these grand sweeping pronouncements about how Europeans are inferior because they have quote unquote progressive genes. I'm not going to be lectured by such a person.
I'll make it so
towards another group. All you've done is assert that yes, maybe the prestigious research institutions agree with me and not with you. You're saying that's only by racists who hate you, and thus by crediting them with expertise, it's akin to me like being willing to like genocide, an entire race of people. I mean, it's just absurd nonsense. It's not worth discussing. You obviously don't know anything about any of this.
So I mean, I think we can. Like, you're just a very damaged. Feel I need to go any further.
No, I think we'll leave it there. Yahoo, that's another disappointment, my brother, in the lineup of Israelites that try to defend their doctrine. You interrupted Mark to start. You called him a liar. You said things about white people broadly. You back up your claim. You gave a reference that wasn't even complete and critiqued him and said that he was like being dishonest.
And the reference that we did that I like it doesn't say anything. It's about zebrafish. It has like a meditation on like social implications about skin color, but it doesn't say anything about. And in fact, it's not a study of the evolution of skin color in Europe.
It sounds good on like those liberals for
Yeah, it's insane. You know what?
I literally pulled it up. I don't have to prove it to you, Mark, because I'm looking at it, so I don't have to prove it.
Yeah, that's not what she said, though.
No, Mark. Here's the thing. So people that are so scientific,
you want to be transparent,
No, since he knows so much.
We're not playing
somebody that knows so much
or a hunts.
To a doctor, I don't have to explain anything.
No, that's not. Yeah, but think how stupid that sounds. What you're saying.
If he thinks he's so.
He doesn't think that. He hasn't been condescending or rude to you. No, he has not. Look it up. Now he has, but he wasn't forgetting.
My point about the societies, he has not yet acknowledged. And the replay.
Now you're trying to talk about like
everybody
people's backgrounds and stuff.
No. You're doing the same thing, Andrew.
No, because you've been rude from the beginning, bro. You like started off talking, you call him a liar. History does not come from any single point. It's a collective. It's like, bro, history is not like a monolith coming from one person or one group of people. That's not how that works. So I don't know what you're talking about.
Are you sure?
Yeah, I'm sure. Yes, I am sure. I'm certain.
Look, here's the thing, Mark. I just told you.
Hey, bro,
University of the University of Göttingen. And I'll end with this: the University of Göttingen, which allegedly produced some of the, and it's in Germany, some of the highest. He's the one who had 5 different skulls, and he studied the Negro skull.
The Negro skull.
About the people who are some of that the world agree with, right? That the world agree with, and are the biggest hate-filled.
Okay, what?
And this
I got you. Okay, Mark, you got it. So listen, let me just say this. And Deepak, I want to hear what you're saying. I'm just telling you guys, this isn't just for fun. For me, I'm about ready to put up $1,000 for anybody that can actually have a discussion and actually demonstrate using actual science, not this garbage that people are putting forward and being so dishonest in their tactics, and actually do a long-form conversation and demonstrate that in detail and unmistakable.
Right.
That's right. I don't know if I'm able to do that just yet, but like here's something intriguing I found. Do you guys know that like modern day zebrafish are actually the true biological descendant of ancient lionfish that lived in the Red Sea?
I don't even want to talk about it.
Thank you, Deepak. Go ahead, Don. What do you want to say, brother?
All right. So God is spirit, and we must worship Him in spirit and truth, and His word is spirit. That's the only way you're going to know the Lord. You got to know the word. It's repeated all the time in Christian church. I can't believe Christians is not speaking on who God is. It's not science that's going to prove God. It's His word that's going to prove God. And that's what God is clearly telling us on. So let's go to the word of God and answer this question.
Don, I don't mind you doing that, brother. Just to be clear, if you read the title of the rail, it says "Our African American Israelites." I'm more from a scientific perspective. You can do the Bible. Listen, you know I'm pro-Bible. Don, you know I'm pro-Bible. But hold on. There's several people here that are not pro-Bible. You can do that, and if you keep it kind of short, that's fine. You can just do a quick entry, because I know you can go on for a bit, and I'm not trying to critique you. You know I love you. But I just.
Y'all can talk to this guy for a whole hour.
Well, no, because it was supposed to be, because it was supposed to be on the science and actually demonstrating his claims, and he did not do good at all. He crashed directly into the mountain.
Okay, so you can have the word. So even if you are Israelite according to the flesh, you can't get Israelite if you don't got the word. Not Jesus Israel. Jesus
well, no, that's not what we're talking. Yeah, that's not the kind of Israelite we're talking about. We're talking about ethnic Israel.
Okay.
We're talking about ethnic Israel.
So the only way you're gonna find it is by the word of God.
Well, no, what I'm saying is how do you trace today, the people today?
I'm about to bring it out. God literally says this with his own mouth. I'm about to show you. That's what.
All right, will you keep it? Will you keep it under a minute, my brother?
Now you want me to keep it under the minute, but y'all talk to this man for an hour.
Yes, because that was an actual. Yes, because that wasn't a Bible conversation.
Okay, I'm about to answer the question.
Okay, but it wasn't a Bible.
America's Israelites. I'm about to answer the question, bro.
Yeah, but it wasn't a Bible question, my brother.
Okay, I don't see how you think asking the question about Israelites is not a Bible.
Because the idea is people think Israelites still exist today as a matter of fact. It's a matter of empirical. Yeah, okay, that's right. Yeah.
Don, it's their room though, so just respect it's their room though. You see what I'm saying?
And I respect Don, but I just don't want him to go to because Don can get his preach, and I love preachers. I love preachers.
I don't have to preach. I'm about to bring
Okay.
you guys
All right. Keep brother. Go ahead.
All right. So if anybody got a Bible on them, can they please go to Ezekiel 14:7 and 8? All right. God is his word is spirit and truth. You can only God is his word. That's the only way any man can find God is through his word. You can't find him scientifically. You can't find him any other way. Okay, it says for everyone of the house of Israel, or of the stranger that surgeon in Israel information. I'm about to show you the sign in the proverb like God said. He's going to make the people sign in the proverb. And through the sign of the proverb, if you can't see who that is, that's on you, bro.
Right. That means that
God said you got eyes that can't see and ears that can't hear. So I'm trying to bring out my information, sir. I talked to the man for a whole hour and a half. I barely spoke for 2 minutes, and you already cut me off. So,
right. And that's why he is really.
Okay, so let me read this next verse. It says, moreover, this is Deuteronomy 28:45. It says, moreover, this is God talking to the Israelites, right? This is the ethnic Israelites. It says, moreover, all these curses shall come upon thee, and shall pursue thee, and overtake thee, till thou be destroyed, because thou hearkenest not unto the voice of the Lord thy God, to keep his commands and his statutes which he commanded thee. And they shall be upon you for a sign and a wonder, and upon thy seed. The curse is going to be upon you. God can say in the other verse, if any man not put up idols in his heart, whether the Hebrew Israelite ethnically or the sojourn that sojourn among them, he will deal with them face to face, and he will make them a sign and a proverb. So I'm going to show you both.
Right. And that means they will.
Okay. No, I'm about to show you both. Okay, so look, right here. Some mean that they black. God put a sign on his people, and it just so happened the sign be on some black people. So you can say what you want to say, but this is the sign. It says a troublemaker and a villain who goes about with a corrupt mouth, gangsters, who winks with his eyes, gangsters, signals with his feet. Another verse in the King James says speak with his feet. Gangsters quick walk. They speak quick. They spell it out. That's what they doing. That's the dance. Emotions with his fingers. That's knowing up the set. Who plots evil with deceit in his heart. He always stirs up conflict. Therefore, disaster will overtake him in an instant. That's what happened to Nipsey Hussle. He will suddenly be destroyed without remedy. There are 6 things the Lord hates. 7 that are detestable to him. Haughty eyes, a lying tongue, hands that shed innocent blood, a heart that devises wicked schemes. This is all California gangbanging in style. California is the most west part you can get of the world. God said he's going to return when the gospel being preached to the north, east, south, and west. So y'all can deny the power thereof, but let me keep on going. Feet that are quick to rush into evil, gangsters, a false witness who pours out lies, a person who stirs up conflict within the community. So the sign is on the people. That's the only way you're going to discover the truth is by the word of God, and you got to properly, rightfully divide the word of God. But because y'all church has been lying to y'all so much, now people's being led with their heart. Israelites is lying, Christians is lying, Jews is lying, and let me show you the other sign on the stranger. This is the sign that's a stranger. When God destroyed that nation of people, this is what the God said. And we went to war over this. In World War II is about this stranger right here, and I'm about to read you the sign.
Bro, you took that game.
I'm about to. Hey, bro, you know what I did? I took it right there to where the sign is on.
That could mean anything. That could be anybody.
Hey, why you cutting me off? Why you making this gangster shit? That's what Ice Cube famous words. They started this. That California, that type of game.
What does that have anything to do with the topic?
Brother, be quiet. Be quiet because this is showing who God's people is. Like I said, through the signs, like I just read through the scripture, God's going to listen to a proverb. Hey, bro, this is happening to y'all. Hey, you know what, bro? If y'all, hey, look, I'm gonna let y'all get destroyed. Y'all, look.
Don, I'm not being rude to you, Don. Don, I'm not being rude to you, brother. I'm not being rude to you, but Don.
Man, I'm trying to speak too, man.
No, hold on, guys. Don, I'm not being rude to you. I am trying to let you plan.
This man, you and the other man just spoke about the flesh for an hour and a half.
No, I know, but brother, that's the topic of the room, though. That's the topic of the room, though. No, I know you just showed, but Don, hold on real quick. Don, you just with the verses Proverbs 6. Hold on, guys. Listen.
You guys won't even explain.
Don. They don't understand that Proverbs 6 is about the Bloods and the Crips, and I do appreciate you bringing that to light. Now, can you?
No, it's not about
Okay. Well, all answers.
Andrew, bro.
Yes.
I don't think they had gangsters in like ancient Israel, so I don't think they had a word.
Yeah, maybe I'm wrong. Well, Don, you might want to look at the commentary on Proverbs 6. It typically is not saying that it's talking about like people who do things that are common things about shady people. Like it isn't about like a particular group that's like gangbanging today. And I mean, I know, Don, I do like you, buddy, and I'm going to try to be fair. Okay, go ahead. Finish your con. Good.
Okay. The Bible, I just literally read the verse. Everyone in the house of Israel, or the stranger that serves with me, look at him.
Let him finish. Mad dog. Let him finish. He's almost done. Just go ahead, Don.
I know it hurt, bro.
I know. You're cutting him, Bubba. Go ahead.
Okay, I'm not trying to cut him. The Christ Spirit's going to cut through the bone and the fat, through the heart. It says, for everyone of the house of Israel, or the stranger that sojourned in Israel, which separated himself from me, and set up his idol in his heart, I, the Lord, will answer him by myself, and I will set my face against that man, and will make him a sign in the proverb. Then I'm showing y'all the sign in the proverb is warning people today. This particular type of gang making is a sign in the proverb that's overtaking them to destroy off the earth, and it's Negroes doing it. Those antichrist spirit starts in Israel, then it goes out into the world. These Negroes started doing it 70 years ago. Not everybody gangbanging in that type of nature. There are 6 Crips in Japan, 60 Crips in Sweden, bro. Go look it up. So y'all want to deny the power thereof? The Bible said they will, in the last days, they will have a form of God, but they will deny the power thereof. And that's what y'all doing right now because of your own hate. And it's sad. So I'm not. You guys don't want me to bring it out, I'm not going to force information out, bro. Because if you don't love the Lord, when he come back, you have to deal with him, bro.
All right.
I'll go ahead.
Yeah, I appreciate it.
I feel a little funny, man. I feel a little funny, man. Moderating or something?
Well, maybe. Can you first of all, this Edomite wants to. I welcome you. It's always good to see an Israelite. I know the Edomite is in power in here, but I will say to Mario, he is a black man, so it's not completely Edomite ran up here. Deepak's not white, so don't feel too bad. That being said, Maccabees. I think your case, brother.
You know, Andrew, like, not only am I not white, I'm also currently according to EAB Gucci, I might actually be black as well, man. I might actually be an
listen, Andrew, if you can hear me, I'm on the highway driving right now.
Yeah, you cut out.
Yeah, man. Man. We don't really consider Mario the same. You know, he's not somebody. He's not somebody who was the one outwardly only, but also deal with like Mario.
Listen, would you be willing, and I'm serious, brother, would you be willing on confrontational? I've always got along with you being an Israelite and me being an Edomite. I think we've always gotten along pretty well. You have abused me a little bit in your rooms, but
I mean, for the most part, you a slave, bro. I mean, someone that's a little expected. But go ahead with your question, man.
I was going to ask you, would you be willing to?
I don't mind at all. I'm driving right now. I have a little time.
just have to be gracious when my signal goes out. I did.
I appreciate that. Very good. Okay, so Mark just had a conversation with Yahoo. It basically started with Yahoo saying a bunch of stuff against Whitey, which is okay. That's to be expected. But he called Mark a liar. He gave him a reference to some dude at Penn State that gave him the wrong name. Was rude, overtalked him like 2 or 3 times. Just several things like that. He couldn't do it. He just couldn't maintain decorum and did make his case. And I was hoping, Maccabees, that you'd be willing to give the case as to why people should believe today that African Americans are, in fact, the Israelites. Can you just give the case? Mark, did you want to say?
Well, I would like to dialogue, but actually, Deepak is my spokesperson. So
are you going to be able to talk anymore, Mark, or are you?
I'll be thinking responses, and I will trust Deepak to be able to divine them.
Honestly, one second.
I just want to clarify, like, when since Mark said this, I assume that I have like plenipotentiary powers to concede the debate, right, to the other side if necessary.
This is true. You have that privilege, but it's also a responsibility. You have to.
Okay. But since I have you, if I have you for another minute, Mark, like I'd like to actually like advance another argument you might have heard of that actually might fit your position, unfortunately, right? Now, if it is the case that like like the people of your on board now.
Now, just to be clear, now this is unprecedented, my friends, but an Edomite and an Israelite are co-modding together in this kind of fashion. So I just want to inform everybody this is kind of life-changing. Now, yeah, they're in harmony. Now, Maccabees, I mean, I'm sure all the Israelites are going to come in, my brother. Now, just don't boom the room or kick any mods down. I appreciate it.
I have no reason to do that.
Okay, very good.
Yeah, man, but I don't know about this whole harmony thing, man. I think me and KKK might have been involved at the same time, so I can abide it. But, yeah, man, but who am I talking to, Mark?
Well, I guess Deepak, because unfortunately, Mark has to take a break. I will just say this. Let me just say this real quick. Maccabee, so Flava Flav, Elder Wiggins, it may not be Wiggins. I think it was Wiggins, though. I could be wrong on that, so I don't want to misspeak and disparage the man's name, but because I like Wiggins. I like all these guys.
Yeah, you can't talk about Elder Wiggins. That's a close personal friend of mine.
No. I love Wiggins, but let me just be clear. Yeah, so Flava Flav, one other person that might have been Wiggins. I don't want to say that. Maybe it wasn't him. And then this guy, Yahoo Chazad today. They've all had conversations with Mark, and it always ends with these guys over-talking Mark, being rude to him, and just trying to bulldoze the conversation, and then basically do suicide by mob because they can't defend their position. And I just want to see somebody who is competent enough to defend it. Okay. Well, no. Can you just make the thumbnail case?
Doesn't it seem like they all gave the same? Like they all gave the same to say, like, see, this is about black people.
Well, they do the verse thing, but what I want to see them do is deal with the science stuff that Mark brings up, and kind of the stuff that we show.
I don't think most of them even care. They always go like the Bible says this, this like.
Well, they try to compete
about black people. To me.
Yeah. They do try to compete though with the scientific realm because Mark just was engaging with this guy. He just brought up a zebra study and gave the wrong name, but some dude zebra fish study from Penn State, and somehow that's supposed to say what was his point with that?
He finally got around.
Never trust you, clown.
He posted not a study by the guy, but a 4-minute long video where he's like summarizing his research. And it might shock you to hear this, but he didn't say what he said it played. It was just things where he talks about how lights is evolutionarily beneficial in northern latitudes like Europe.
Oh my gosh.
With vitamin D production.
So bad, brother. But you in a different age.
That's why I call Mark a liar. That's why I call Mark a liar, because
and it's not just Bezos, but the physical AI, like your physical model, is going to be from everything I've seen on it. I don't know if you've gone down that route, or if we even want to go down that route right now.
It's kind of interesting, but I actually conceive of an LLM as in fundamentally I'm an AM radio operator, right? On top of all the other weird things. So I kind of think of it as a tuner.
He talks about in that paper that the white gene is mutated. He's talking about he talks about the certain gene, but he says mutation right? And he has other speeches in which the other study that I talked about when people said that, oh, everybody have the same skin color, because he says that the mutation in this gene that determines
You got me hooked to the cottage cheese game, so
But what topics are you typically going to go listen to? Are you just going into the crash out rooms, or like what do you do?
It just depends. I like to talk about. I go into a lot of the MAGA rooms, or when the Christian rooms that are saying like, oh, what about this, and we debating the Israelites with this or that, or I guess I wouldn't call it crash out rooms, but just rooms where there's going to be like good discussion with a lot of like, good points being brought up on both sides, because you know what I mean.
So also, you said MAGA rooms. That's good. You came to the best one there is.
Yeah, because I personally, well, not this last time. I didn't vote for nobody this last time, but I the Donald the first time. This last time, I was just like, I ain't really care for either one of them. So I was like, I ain't fucking with either one of them. But
yeah, so I mean,
this is a good room title.
Florida.
This is a good room
Florida,
title.
Maine. Florida,
Good room title. I saw FEMA jumped in here. I was like, they want MAGA dead. Shut down too high.
That's a banger of a title, right?
Yeah, that's a hell of a title.
I actually haven't read the DNC autopsy. I need to read that actually. I want to see it. I heard somebody talking about it, but I haven't read much into it. But it's probably they're probably not fully blaming Kamala for her disasters, but I have to read it.
they need to fire that lady.
Well, she's
Who
like
put together this quote unquote autopsy?
the DNC.
They need to fire her.
The chair.
Find it.
The Martin guy, he put it together. He hired Rivera.
Who's Rivera?
Rivera is who's Rivera? I forgot. Let me tell you.
I will say, MAGA people, if y'all would outright like disown the extremists on the right that are like the supremacists, you would have so many black people on your side.
The thing is, I don't think we endorse them. I don't know where you get that idea.
It's because they endorse themselves through y'all.
Yeah, they're grifting.
They do it themselves. And what's crazy is like nobody comes out and says they ain't with us.
Chris, you're projecting, man. That just does not exist.
Nobody wants to come out and do that. Like, who are you looking for? I mean, we're only so many people. I mean, I don't know.
Well, that's what I'm saying. Can one person come out and be like, yeah, I'm MAGA, I'm a Trump supporter, but at the same time, no, I don't support none of that other shit. Like, these people, the people that go out, okay, I won't say they go have MAGA protests, but they'll in MAGA stuff and have a racially motivated protest to say how they hate blacks and browns and hate everybody.
It's Chris's imagination.
Like, why are you attacking me for telling you something?
Wait. It's just his perception of what's
I don't know what's going on here.
Happy.
So, I'm trying to figure out so there's a protest that you saw, and like, I'm just curious and by the way,
Fabulous dinner.
Don't put words in my mouth and say I'm probably gonna throw this in there.
Don't
put words in my mouth and say I'm probably gonna throw this in there.
I'm trying to.
Usually
is all about white supremacy and basically supporting all these people. I honestly don't even know. I guess he's talking about Nick Fuentes. I don't even know who he's.
Chris, you know what's interesting? Chris? I'm going to help you with something, Chris. You know what's really interesting, Chris? I'm going to help you with something, Chris. You know what's really interesting about the Republicans? When there's the really bad people, like and the whack
the whack haters.
Like the Donald Trumps and
No, Netanyahu's wonderful, and by the way, he's great looking when he was younger. So by the way, when there's the Republicans call it out, they try to get rid of it within their own party. The difference is the Democrats let it rot and fester and eat away at the heart and soul of their party. They let people like the woman running in fucking San Antonio that wants to put me in a concentration camp. They let this happen. They let it happen. They let these Mandani-ites just exist. Yeah, absolutely. She called for it. No, the difference between the Republicans is when there's the bad ones, they try to distance themselves from the bad ones. They distance themselves from Tucker Carlson. They call it out. They have called it out. The Democrats do not call out their own rot. And that's the difference. He gets called out. Did you just hear what I just said? They call them out now. When these people have gone astray or become fringe, you're going to hear.
Not towing the party line or advancing the agenda.
How about like calling for like the death and destruction of like a peoplehood?
Donald Trump? Yeah, that's
no,
isn't it?
No, that's not what Trump. Not even close. But you're missing the point because you just want to like throw your dogma out there. And I'm telling you, no, my words are very clear. The difference between the two parties, they both have some shit in them. They both have some bad people in them. The difference is one of them calls it out and the other lets it fester. And you just have TikTok information. That's the difference, right, Matt? Can we call it out?
Than me, right?
I didn't say they were. I didn't say they were.
Work with the military-industrial complex, even more so.
Florida, I didn't say they were, but Mandani and AOC.
I'm talking about the Tucker Carlson's, Thomas Massey's, Justin Amash's, Rand Paul's, Ron Pauls of the world, right? I'm talking about a different kind of Republican Party.
You want to talk about people like Thomas Massey? It's a good example, and he's gone.
Talking about a liberty party.
He's gone. He's history. Goodbye. Toodaloo.
I'm just wondering, what is the right gonna do in 2028 when y'all lose?
We're gonna have someone like Glenn Youngkin, and we're gonna have Marco Rubio, and we're gonna have some really great people that are within the party.
Who's gonna be your president?
Did you hear what I just said? Take a look at who Glenn Youngkin is. Chris, why don't you take a little Google time and read about Glenn Youngkin? Okay? Take a look at Marco Rubio.
Prime Minister after this is all said and done here.
Matt,
he said he was going to run for Prime Minister.
Can I tell you who? Wait, I got Kitover in here and stuff I don't want to talk about right now.
Okay.
I'm going to keep recorded.
Oh, I'm so sorry, Abby. Your confidential proprietary information that I can't listen to under Anon. Okay, let me just leave. Shut up, John. Bima, you're an anarchist, crazy person who thinks everything is racist, and if you're not working on defeating structural white racism every day, you're part of the problem.
Off the charts.
Good conversation, John. Do you see this? Just your
good conversation. You can't keep my fucking name out your mouth. That's the problem with some people on this app. Oh, you can't keep my fucking name out your mouth.
Anyway, well, I'll share with you. He's not in here, but it was pretty off the charts, and it was great. And one of the biggest takeaways is how you see Dems and Rs just totally comfortable with each other. And outside of the work environment, with their families, everyone's enjoying each other. Very much glaring at you how comfortable.
See how American
together. No, you don't know what I'm talking about, Florida. Florida,
Republicans.
Florida, you don't know context of what I'm talking about, and I can't. right now, but
See, back
when
in the
John's not here, I will go
people
through that with you.
didn't allow politics to dominate.
Also, the
every
music
aspect
was
of their
military like bands, but they were great. You know, they were playing like rock music and such. I sent you the recording of the Journey song that they did. They were great. Anyway.
Awesome.
Yeah,
I found out about you, John.
Yeah, by the way, John, a good-looking guy.
Oh. Bima, can you explain to me how if every day we don't fight white structural racism, we're part of the problem, Bima?
The Fusion Center in Peoria.
Jeffrey Epstein knew people in Peoria, Illinois, communicating with a very strange group interested in mind control. Isn't that interesting?
That we have in our country. There's 79 of them, but John is not involved with one. Let's hope not.
Yes.
For our country's sake.
Okay, Abby, Mrs. Democrat, a new Republican, a new Donald Trump Republican. You're no longer a Democrat, right, Abby? Okay, Abby.
Good evening, Amber.
Who's also really impressive is our new DHS secretary.
I just wanted to say hello, Abby. Sorry about that.
Hi, hey, Edward. No, it's okay.
Yeah. So just wanted to say hello. And, Matt, thanks for opening up the room. I found safety.
Yes. Matt, do you remember me telling you the story at the State of the Union when that guy from Texas, Green, was speaking and there were two members of Congress that stood in front of him and did like a body block? Do you remember I told you that story? Yeah. So one of them is our DHS secretary, which I couldn't remember. And I couldn't remember who the two guys were. I knew one was from Texas, and it was driving me nuts. That's who it was. And he's built like, like the dude, I don't know, it looks like hours of, for anyone else to have a body like that, very, fit. But I couldn't remember, but now it makes sense.
Got me to challenge the guy to a fight. Remember that whole incident?
Oh, yeah.
That's the guy, yeah, that's Bolin. Yeah, I like that guy.
I like him too.
The guy. And then something else happened. He also challenged somebody on the same committee with Bernie Sanders. I don't know what committee it is, but he challenged somebody else, not to a fight, but just it was a good verbal exchange. Actually, it might have been with Bernie Sanders himself. I forget, but yeah, that guy's.
Well, it wouldn't have been with. Yeah, maybe it was with Sanders. I'm not gonna look this up.
Okay, so Matt, I just want to ask a question, Matt. Would it be appropriate if the white community in America said that we would like to have white representation, so we want all of the districts and the gerrymandering everything to reflect white people? Would that be right?
I heard that room. I heard it. I heard that, Edward. That's a great point. That's the counter argument. Is if we were to come out and say we want all the districts gerrymandered so it favors white people's interests, the outrage would be off the charts. Yes.
Well, I mean, am I losing it?
No, Edward. It's called Clown World. Welcome to Clown World.
I should say publicly that it's okay for me to be an American and only say that the Civil Rights Act that they say is being gutted because blacks want representation. Whites cannot come out and say, we want representation too. So why can't we have it? Hispanics can say it too. Why can't Asians say it? We all want to be gerrymandered into our own little corners. I thought we were all Americans and all interests should be American.
Right.
Oh, you haven't heard about our people? Our people deserve reparations because we built this motherfucker.
It was Sanders.
Yeah, that's pretty good, right?
Because our people built this motherfucker.
What you said, but I started thinking about kind of where you were going, Ed, with so it's a slippery slope. So and then the whole idea is to have everybody represented. That was like your main point. And I'm not entirely sure why that gets lost on people, because I guess supposedly if your interests aren't being met, somehow you are not like the rest of us, because not all our needs are met either. So it's like I'm not entirely sure. I'm not there. And by the way, what are all these needs that they speak of? Because by the way, you mentioned you went through that a little bit with him too. So the conversation was good. He did pretty good on his retorts back, but they assume because they don't have much legs. I mean, when you start getting really into it, and I've always said, and I still say the same to this day, is I think a lot of our problems would be solved if we proclaim ourselves as all Americans and put aside race and all this other stuff. The day that happens, I think, is the day that this.
Matt, don't you know that Beamer was on here yesterday saying that everything is racist, and until we all individually work to fight structural white racism, will change, and we are part of the problem? You didn't hear Beamer say that yesterday?
There's a good portion of people that believe that. Of course, you can say that. I'm looking for a solution, and after 4 or 5 years, I don't know what year I'm on this app, I think I've come to the conclusion that the only way this gets solved in some form is by all of us coming together and saying, yeah, we're Americans, we're not black and white, we're not Hispanic. Like that stuff should just get tossed out. Which, by the way, I don't even know why we even have that. I mean, why don't we just toss it all out? Is there any reason why we have check marks on the checkbox for our race? I'm confused. I don't know. Maybe I'm just kind of out there, but I don't know. That's the way I look at it.
I think some European countries have gotten rid of it.
How's that going, by the way? Yeah, go ahead.
So that's what I'd like to look into, because I feel like I don't know, I would like that to be the ultimate goal, but it's frustrating because I don't think we're there yet. I think there still needs to be enough research. I mean, I don't know. Is that going to limit our research? Right. I don't know.
Well, we were told that nothing can be made whole until there's repairs. You know what I mean? And I get that, but I don't know. To me, that's a short-term fix. That's not going to solve the whole issue. I don't know. And of course, anybody of not my colors hearing this would say that I don't know what I'm talking about. I can't speak on it, so this is my chance to do it. But I don't understand why that is the fix. Maybe Bima, you can explain it to me. I mean, maybe someone other.
There's only one fix, Matt, and that's called knowledge. And unfortunately, Jeffries, Joaquin Jeffries, or whatever the fuck his name is, that piece of shit Democrat, he says we need to crush their souls. That's the kind of rhetoric that comes out of the Democrat, elitist, liberal, racist, extremist propaganda. I mean, these people, I can't understand why Bima would say that unless we each individually work out our white structural racism, we're part of the problem. Do you know how fucking stupid that is, Bima? Do you know how retarded you must be to think that?
John, you just speak to the title a little bit there with this recent incident with the guy in the Jumbotron right now. He was I think he passed away. I think that's the latest.
They just killed a guy for having a Trump flag out his house.
They want us dead.
They do, and they want to put maggots in education re-education camps.
Right. Joe Hero was way ahead of it. He was knocked off a stage. I didn't know it was on stage. Might have been a different stage, but he mentioned, he's like, oh, they want us dead. Oh, and literally everybody's like, what are you talking about? Here we go. We have an example up on the Jumbotron. Actually, I think it was also mentioned on the, I don't know, maybe it was politically correct. They were like, oh, they're talking about they want us dead. Like, what the hell are they even talking about over there? I see this band that brought it up. So, I think it was band. But it's funny how, this stuff does come true in some form. Even though people are like, okay, well,
That's not going to happen. But sure enough, it's like it works. I mean, people are like, this stuff happens, you know? In the image, there's actually another, I'll post it a little bit, of the guy, he's unrecognizable. They would image him completely beaten up. There's no way this guy's surviving. But we can get back to the other part, the systematic issue too, if you want. Beam, I don't know how you want to answer that, but she knows that.
I just don't understand why he thinks that we would go from a country that has systemically oppressed, harmed, violated a group of our American family since the beginning, and then you think we still have people that are walking around today who white only water fountain and black only water fountain. Like, I mean, what are you actually saying? You think that this just sort of disappears? The same system, right? The system didn't change. Okay, you still have it just doesn't make sense.
Well, I'm so glad Edward is here to unfuck your retarded mind, Bima. It's great that Edward's here to unfuck you. Edward, please proceed to unfuck Bima. Please proceed to unfuck Bima.
So just relax, maybe sit back, have a cup of tea, decaf, okay? What I'm talking about, I'm not saying that every individual in the United States are hurt.
Kind of presumptuous for a white woman to speak for all of Black America. Isn't that right, Edward?
Relax. I'm speaking as an American, sir. Oh. And you can just hold on to your tampons for a second, okay? So when we talk about what you keep referring to as structural racism and every white person is consciously racist. You do understand that, right? What I'm referring to is the historical systems, the institutional incentives, the way that our policies were made, the way that our social patterns have produced unequal outcomes across groups, and how they've also, even though we've removed we've made laws quote unquote race neutral, right? Those still, that same structure, that same form acts exactly the same. Okay.
Where do you see this? Like, tell me in your life, in your city today, where you see this present itself.
So I do a lot where I offer first source material to just look through that, and then we can have a conversation. Once you're familiar with that source
I got
information,
it.
And that
Link is in the chat. Okay.
Okay, yeah. Then I'd love to have that conversation.
You can't have the convo until you read her information, Abby. She can't tell you her opinion.
Well, no, I wasn't asking for an opinion. I was just asking.
Oh, you weren't asking for an opinion?
Hey, sweetie, wait, hold on. Ghetto is my word. So then ghetto is my word. Don't take it. So then different words.
So then you would understand what I mean when I say that.
Yeah, they started in Venice in the 16th century. Sorry, but go ahead. I asked you, in your life right now, in your city, in your experience, where do you see it actually manifested anecdotally? Sorry, the word ghetto triggers me.
Why?
Because it's misappropriated.
How can it be misappropriated?
Because it's a word that's a specific word to my culture.
Okay.
It's part of the 16th century. It actually comes from ghetto, Jetto, and it's an Italian word. And it's when the people that lived in this one area of Venice, which is the foundry where they built ships, couldn't pronounce the J, so they said ghetto. That's where the word came from. And then it was obviously used throughout Europe in areas where Jewish people were forced to live and closed in and walled in. And obviously we then see it manifest in World War II in Warsaw and in other Vilna and other cities and areas throughout Europe. But it comes from originally in Venice.
But Abby, that doesn't address the system. Bima's system of racism is literal.
Manifest in your life, not what you read about happened.
That doesn't address the
50 years
system.
ago or 80 years ago, but what in your life today, walking in the streets, in your daily work, how does this quality manifest itself?
Okay, so obviously the inner cities first, how it was created. Then we.
Oh, people got called for being stupid.
Trump's my guy. A critical thinking would be a discussion where one person speaks, the other person.
Absolutely, Trump's the number one guy for me.
Back and forth.
It's happening. That's what I'm talking about. And shame on you, Adams, for playing dumb. You know exactly.
I tell you that Trump guy is the number one
Okay, so
guy
I'll
there
leave
is.
my question on the table, and I won't go back and forth with Bima about that.
I'll answer it when you're in the goo, Abby.
Okay, so Bima, let me ask you a question.
Just look at Bima's link to learn the system in the urban planning, which began the redlining.
No, Bima, do you remember how old I am, Bima? Bima, are you gonna answer the question, or you're not talking to me neither?
She's picking and choosing right now, not just engaging with.
Okay, so I'm 62. So I actually did grow up in the era where, as a young child, I got to see white water fountains, black water fountains. And in 2026, we don't have white fountains and black fountains. And we can go to any restaurant we want. We can buy houses wherever we want. We do whatever we want. And I would share with you what my grandfather, okay, and my father told me, which I will never forget. Never, ever, under any circumstances. Never met a slave, then never met a slave owner. Neither one of them. They've never seen a human being be purchased by another human being. And in my lifetime, I've never seen it happen. It was horrible what took place in the 13 colonies. It was bad. Really bad. But for me, in 2026, to actually think that America have not come through something that is beautiful, to give all its citizens the opportunity to do what they need to do. It says we're trying to make a more perfect union. That means we're not perfect. We weren't perfect. But slavery was not invented in the United States of America. It happened on every continent and every people group. It is really sad that we focus on things that we cannot control. Okay, I have zero influence over what happened 80 years ago. I didn't get to participate, and I wish they never purchased anybody. Okay? No, it's not. It's not slavery. We're just talking about different parts of what transpired from the systematic racism.
Bima is a sweet girl, but fully R-worded, living in a system of racism.
So most people, 11 million of them have a bachelor's degree or above. Okay? 11 million, bachelor's degree or above. Only 3% of the 13, that's what Edward chose. You don't have to like it. I decided to get married young. I decided to make sure that our children would be born in wedlock. I made sure that I take care of myself. I understood myself. And I'm not looking every day waking up thinking some white guy or some Hispanic guy or Asian guy or Indian trying to think about Mr. Edward. It's not Mr. Edward. And I'm not going to do the same with black people. I don't believe in group thinking. Okay? So I'll land on this, guys. Bima, I can hear in your conversation sometimes your concern about a group of people because you believe that they were disenfranchised. I would like for you, for yourself, to look up, did we have a civil war in America? And how many people that do not look like Edward died?
Thank you, Edward. I think
and I'm not really sure how we got on this topic. All topics lead to this discussion, so I guess we're gonna get out early, you know. Well, I think I do know. There was a guy named Chris who was here earlier, and he made a claim that that there was MAGA. Let's see if I get this right. MAGA supports protests that involve signs and things of that nature, saying that we want brown people kicked out, we want Jews kicked out, and we want black people kicked out. That's kind of how we got.
No, that's not how we got here, Matt. We got here because I'm listening to the bullshit that Bima spews on your stage as a mod, and Pepe, the racist, bigot, piece of shit Pepe that you mod. I'm listening as an anon and listening to the stupid shit that comes out of these hypocrite, foolish people's mouths. That's how we got here.
Why are you doing that?
What's the question?
You mean having an opinion about stupid people's stupid opinions that have no knowledge and they're just programmed by Democrat propaganda? Oh, okay. Hello?
So I think so this kind of ties into the title a little bit, because if people really do think that MAGA supports basically the removal of all brown people, removal of all black people, and removal of black Jews, or whatever minority you want to pick out, then you'll have incidents like this guy up here in the Jumbotron. You're going to have people who are going to come and beat you literally to death. I think he's dead. I mean, I could be wrong, but I don't think he's coming back. But so do people feel that, do anybody here else think that that people want a certain group of people that think like us, or at least a portion of us do here, they don't want us to exist anymore? I don't know. That's the question I'm laying on the table. Don't be shy.
I don't feel that in the Republican Party at all. I feel actually an inclusiveness, not an exclusiveness.
So look at Big Ten, right, Abby? Because that was brought up how Trump won. He had a really big.
Absolutely feel that.
Yeah. Edward, do you feel that the Republican Party? Oh, go ahead.
Abby, whom you mentioned, that's not inclusivity whatsoever. That is
creating
a more exclusive.
It actually is. It actually, Florida, to conversely, it actually inclusive. People feel comfortable within the party. They're saying when someone spews, I actually live within the party and I'm active within the party. So and I'm a minority and I come from
Israel whips of the party, Abby.
Excuse me, an Israel whip? What kind of? I'm not involved with AIPAC.
If you say so.
No, I'm not. Actually,
Abby, is it okay for a Jewish woman to like Israel? Is that okay with you, Florida?
Thanks. But by the way, AIPAC's a pretty cool organization. I'm just not active with it. I'm active with a different organization that I think about you.
It's okay.
But you seem to know everything about me, right, John? You seem to.
Florida, who owned the slaves? Florida, the Democrats.
You don't know what I do.
Who defended slavery? The Democrats. Who founded the KKK? The Democrats. Perpetrated lynchings? Democrats. Enforced segregation? Democrats. Jim Crow laws? Democrats. Opposed the 13th, 14th, 15th Amendment? Democrats. Filibustered civil rights legislation? Democrats. Indian Removal Act? Democrats. Trail of Tears? Democrats. Japanese internment camps? Democrats. Democrats specialize in internment camps, Florida.
Who was Bird? Wasn't Bird a Democrat, John? I remember. Bird, I'm from Georgia. What state was Bird from? Can't remember. No, he was a good basketball player.
I don't know, Louisiana and Alabama. The point is, until you study the Civil War, you don't understand that the divide from 1865 is still happening right now. The Republicans and the Democrats went to war and killed 500,000 Americans and created 2 million casualties. All debts are paid with blood, and that happened 160 years ago. And we have Democrat frauds on this app that spew their propaganda and their lies to create more division, more hate, because they have no knowledge and they're incompetent fools.
The wrong state, Robert Byrd, by the way, but it was West Virginia.
John, are you advocating for a position for Christianity when all debts are paid with blood?
What the hell?
Excluding, say, Tucker, because they themselves are excluding a group of people too, right?
And they call it out. My point earlier was that the Democrats aren't calling it out. They finally, this woman who wants to put us all in concentration camps, or at least my people, finally, I saw today AOC called it out, which at least finally someone, Schumer hasn't yet, but she won the Democratic primary, so now she's in a runoff in the primary in Texas, in San Antonio. I think her name, I gotta find her name, Garcia, something like that.
The racist Colombian lady? Yeah, she's great. She hates Muslims.
No, this is the person that asked to put Jews in internment and concentration camps.
Oh, no, I'm thinking
in the U.S.
One. There's another one.
No, that's not who I'm talking about. The Democrat in San Antonio. I'll get her name in a minute, Matt.
Oh, it's not Gomez, is it, Abby?
Yeah, I think it was a name like that.
Gomez is the girl I'm thinking of. She's a racist Cuban or Colombian that hates the Muslims. She's fantastic. You got to listen to her on Piers Morgan.
She doesn't.
It's pure content at its best.
I don't know if you have seen what Dan Bilzerian posts on X, but that man is the most hardcore, low IQ trash. Now, it's shocking that he has the following, and people endorse him. And I mean,
who's endorsed him, John?
Thomas Massey, of course.
Yeah, but Thomas Massey is in the toilet right now.
Yeah, he's done skiing. That's a shock to me.
Who endorsed him from the establishment? They called him out, the establishment of the Republican Party. They've absolutely distanced. They want nothing to do with him, and they've called him out. That's the difference. Then you have this guy, Chris Robb, who wins in Pennsylvania, also spews all kinds of hate, and he's endorsed by people in the Democratic Party. And you have this idiot up in Maine with a Nazi tattoo on his chest who is unbelievable shit that he's posted, and he gets endorsed by the major leadership within the Democratic Party. That's the difference. That was the point I was trying to make.
Interesting. That's a good way. That's a good thing to highlight. That's a good point. We need to point that out more going into
the Graham Plattner's most based Democrat in America. Yeah, probably.
Well, Florida, if you were, the president.
He has a Nazi tattoo on his chest. That's racist fuck, isn't it?
Florida, if you were the president of the country, what would your 3 priorities of your administration be, Florida?
One, elect 100 Graham Plattners to the Senate. Two, make every governor like a J.D. Pritzker type. And 3,
fat? You'd have more fat like Pritzker?
Fat, generous, wealthy, and kind. Yeah.
You think Pritzker is kind?
And Jewish.
Yeah, you think so? You think he's kind?
Yeah, I'd say he's pretty kind. He seems
How
like
do you know that?
He seems like a decent guy from what I've listened. Shit done.
He's horrible.
You could say Adolf Hitler was a great leader too, couldn't you, Abby?
Excuse me? What did you say?
Adolf Hitler.
Are you saying that, Florida? Are you saying that, Florida? That's really a frightening thing that you're saying. Why would you say that, Florida? Florida, why would you say that? That's
couldn't you?
To me, why would you say that, Florida? There's something else here. I don't know why you're thinking that, but I don't think J.D. Pritzker is a good governor. Nor would I pick him as my idol.
Well, if you like murdering babies at scale industrially, I can see why you like Pritzker.
It was amazing when he was in the military.
We know that.
We're here.
We know.
So Florida, basically, you're a waste of space. I asked you, Florida, what your 3 priorities are, and have a good answer. You suck, Florida.
Did you know July 4th was the 50th anniversary of Entebbe? Did you know that?
No, I didn't know that.
And no one even knows what Entebbe was.
Hashem Shalom. See, nobody cares. That's the funny part.
Nobody cares what you have to say, Florida. That's the real funny part. You've got nothing intelligent to say, nothing informative, no knowledge. You've just retarded opinions about nothing. What a waste of time.
You do, and you're trolling.
I'm sitting here spinning my mustache, drinking some white tea with a little, sugar in it. The point is, Matt here has created some real fucking rooms with Beaver Boy and Dr. Peepee and Bima, who shares the stage with Peepee, who claims that he hates black people. He said that the other day. He says, I do not like black people. That's what he said. And he goes on to say how he's from the ultra far right. He knows all the people in Proud Boys. He knows all the fucking Oath Keepers. He knows them all from Discord. And Pepe's here to share with you his knowledge, his wisdom about life. A man who is an incel, racist F-word, a midget of a man, and yet Matt and Beaver here, they love to put him in the spotlight and let the Pepe show run. And Edward here can't break through to these numbskulls because these people don't read books. They don't give a fuck about books. They want the quick, short dopamine bump from coming to this app to waste everybody's fucking time because they are wastes of fucking time themselves. And they probably know it, so they want to waste your fucking time.
Okay.
Well, good afternoon, everybody.
Wow, hey, Sword. How you doing?
Just moseying around. Yeah, and just was walking down the street and saw people sent out the flag that President Trump was in the air, and decided to swing on by.
I'm gonna go through the DNC autopsy report. I don't know if anybody's read it yet that much.
It's pretty long.
It's 52 pages. It's like a PDF.
You should read what's his face's Ken Martin, the DNC chair.
He rejects his own word.
Right.
It's his hired Rivera because he like a close ally, right? And so Rivera was working part-time and, he didn't do a bunch of things. He didn't interview Biden, Harris, or Walsh or whatever. And then Martin told Rivera, I'm sorry. Okay.
The author's like, okay, I didn't like.
Do you want the 5-point summary of the report?
Are you saying this is the comments from the person who commissioned it?
Yeah.
Not the okay.
Do you want the 5-point summary for those that didn't read it?
You can go ahead and do that since you probably did read it. So
yeah, I read it because I just took a really long flight. So basically the points were that Democrats failed to connect on pocketbook issues and economic anxiety with key groups, which included rural voters, men, and many Latino voters, which left those voters open to Republican appeals. The party had underinvested in state parties, local organizing, and voter registration, and sustained ground operations, weakening turnout and outreach. The leadership and campaign messaging did not sufficiently define or hold Trump accountable for perceived weaknesses. They actually believed that Trump's negatives were already very obvious, and apparently they were not. The late decision making around the ticket, which was obvious, right? The fact that Biden didn't step down, Kamala didn't have very much time. That was, made the campaign very vulnerable. And the report calls, and I think there was also a discussion briefly just about the narratives about age and competence, and the fact that the party itself didn't tell Biden not to get on the ticket in the first place. Basically, made voters wary about any of the decisions from that party. And I think it also like what the report did was call for a broad strategic overhaul on resources to the state of the Latina parties, earlier nuclear messaging on the climate values, and tailored outreach to the underperforming demographics, as well as faster crisis responsibility. I think it was pretty obvious why the campaign failed. Why isn't Biden on the ticket? There were a lot of, obviously
like a confusion.
Not this group. Well, not this group, but there are a lot of voters that don't pay attention to politics day to day. They don't read the news. So when they showed up to the polls and they didn't see Biden when they thought it was going to be Biden, there was a little bit of wait, what happened? And
so do you think
I thought the second thing you read, to me, the second thing, actually it's interesting, the second thing you read about the registering and the
not being locally
right, because that's, to me, that's a reaction to the fact that that's what the R's did, and it took them over the hump this time, was the Scott Presslers. It's almost like that saying, why didn't we have a Scott Pressler, or why didn't we do that kind of groundwork on the local level and the registration. And in the swing states specifically, where the registration had an incredible shift to red and big chunks of red registration, it sounds like that second point, I don't know if you can read it again, but it feels like it's a reactionary.
It was mostly, basically the Democratic Party didn't invest in state local engagement as much. So they didn't focus on ground operations to the extent that the Republicans did. The ground game wasn't there.
Definitely in the swing states.
Did I hear you right that...
Did you?
Sorry, Sarah, let this real quick. Did I hear right that people showed up to the poll thinking that they were voting?
Yeah, if you looked at Google search results the day of the election and subsequently after, one of the top searches was, why isn't Biden on the ticket? So there, it showed that there's an obvious disconnect between the average voter and
yeah, but what are the numbers on that? And the fact is, the Democrats put these talking points out for their own failures. So, you have to question what these statements really are, whether they're actually based on statistics and survey questions.
I think it's a pretty fair, criticism, and, it does go in, it is more of a balanced autopsy, but the fact that you're right, that they published it, you have to think that there's probably the portion of it that didn't get published. Yeah, probably also discussed this.
Sarah, do you want to say something? Go ahead.
Well, I actually put the 192 pages into ChatGPT and asked it to do a summary for me.
I'm doing it too.
And essentially which this kind of conflicts with some of what he said. And that, did you say that there was mention in the report about Biden's age and his late withdrawal and his mental capacity?
No, I didn't say that. I said it was the fact that there was a lateness
in professional voters. They became too dependent on the anti-Trump professional voters. They became too dependent on the anti-Trump messaging, identifying focused messaging, identifying focused appeals rather than any agency and organization saying that there was too little direct voter contact.
weak coordination between parties, poor preparation for Harris becoming the nominee, insufficient state level infrastructure, which is also consistent. It said the campaign failed to build a simple affirmative message beyond anything other than quote unquote stopping Trump. Major criticisms and omissions in the huge controversy was more so over what the report didn't discuss. According to multiple outlets, the